All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. My name is Joe Laban. I'll be chairing the meeting this morning, so glad you're all here and tuned in online as well. Before we get started, Dr. Gandhi, will you establish a quorum, please?
Mr. Leba,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lahan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
and Ms. Nair.
Here.
All accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Board members, we did register our conflicts of interest yesterday or recusals. Are there any additional this morning before we get going? Okay, hearing none, we'll continue to roll down here. We're going to start with 32, tab 32, informal settlement conferences. This is 32A. And I'm going to ask Ms. Walmsley to take over at this one as I am recused.
Give me just 1 second to get my book up here. Apologize, technical difficulties here. There's some feedback. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Joe. This is the time and the place set for the respondent settlement proposal in the case of 23F, complaint number 22-0035 PHB for Fernando Velez. Are all the parties present? Please come forward and introduce yourselves.
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Michael Rain on behalf of Fernando Velez.
Thank you. The board will now hear presentations and argument from the parties' respondents' settlement proposal. As the party making the proposal, the respondent shall go first. The state will then have the opportunity to respond. The respondent will then have time given for a brief rebuttal. The order of the presentation will be the respondent's presentation of the argument, the state's second, the state's presentation and argument, and third, the respondent's rebuttal. Mr. Rain.
Yes, thank you. The board should still be familiar with the basic facts of this case, but it is the allegation of allowing unauthorized people in the pharmacy area. The issue primarily that we'd like to raise is the treatment of this in a different light from related cases. There was a case in the board's meeting, I believe the month or two meetings prior, that involved a child, in the pharmacy area, as a method of childcare for an extended period of time. And, it's our contention that what Mr. Velez had was less dangerous and less severe than that circumstance. And those licensees received non-disciplinary remedies. And that is essentially what Mr. Velez would ask for in this case, is to be treated the same. He had 3 separate people come into the pharmacy area with him, and the board had the video of it. So there's no real question about what happened. They went literally arm in arm with Mr. Velez directly to the restroom and directly back out. There was a comment in the board's deliberation, and it was the only comment about what justified the disciplinary penalty, which was there was HIPAA information out there, or, there are dangerous drugs. That would have been the same for the other licensees too, only more so, because we were talking about a child who was in there for a much longer period of time, not arm in arm with the pharmacist. There wasn't any discussion with Mr. Velez at the time about, where are HIPAA protected records? Where are the dangerous drugs kept? So it just didn't seem as though the decision on what penalty to be made was as deliberate as we thought it should have been. Mr. Velez has been licensed for almost 30 years. He's never had any discipline whatsoever. And so taking that into account, his proposal would be at a minimum, the non-disciplinary remedy that other licensees in his same circumstance received. In addition, we've raised this issue of the anonymous complaint that started the basis of this. As the board knows, we have litigation pending on that. And it's still his contention that this matter shouldn't have proceeded. It should be dismissed. And so we don't give up that argument. And we would ask that the board consider that as an alternative to this in light of his exemplary record and the real facts on the ground. So with that, we would ask for the board's consideration of a dismissal or a non-disciplinary remedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rain. Ms. Galvin?
Good morning, Jean Galvin on behalf of the state. With respect to Mr. Velez's request for a dismissal or a non-disciplinary resolution, the state takes no position on this offer. We believe that it's within the board's discretion how to resolve this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Mr. Rain, do you have a rebuttal?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Having reviewed the information submitted by the parties and have heard the presentation and argument of the parties, the board will now deliberate. There will be no further comment from the parties while the board deliberates. Board members?
Hi, I tend to agree with Mr. Rain that we should treat this case similar to how we've treated other cases and apply the same level of discipline. So if the fact of the matter is that there was unauthorized access in the pharmacy, we should look at what we've done in the past and apply the same treatment in this case.
Yes, Ms. Nair.
I think what makes it different, in my opinion, is it's an adult. A child isn't going to necessarily share HIPAA information with someone else. I know that they did walk in and out, but there was really no substantial reason why an adult needed to come into the pharmacy that was unauthorized. And I believe in the childcare case, I could be wrong, the child was outside the pharmacy door was left open. I'm not 100% sure. I don't recall exactly. Either way, I just think they're two separate circumstances and they can't be compared, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. Board members, additional comments?
Madam Chair, this is Kevin Dang.
Yes, Kevin.
So I do agree with Kristen's point of view. And if you were to compare the two cases, one case we have one person, another case we have three individuals. So not to mention that a child would have no clue of what HIPAA violation would be, but adults, they literally can observe and they can see the information on the computer, or at least they can, they know where the drugs are kept. So I do concur with the with Ms. Snare's point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Dang. Board members?
I would agree along the lines of everything that's been said so far, taking into account that there were three people in there versus one. But just also, I feel like something needs to be done because it's poor conduct on their behalf. We should not be bringing unlicensed people into the pharmacy regardless, especially when there's an area where these things should be done for other patients. And that is the area that is approved to be giving the services. So I believe that, you know, whether we choose non-disciplinary route or whatnot, that something does need to be memorialized for that.
Madam Chair, this is Ted Tong. I agree with Dr. Dang and Ms. Nair that there should be something done here, please.
Mr. Thorwald, anything to add from your perspective?
I also agree with Ms. Nair.
I'm kind of split on this one personally. I think we need to look at every case on its own merits, and there's some factors here that are a little bit different. As Ms. Lehan pointed out than the other cases. We didn't address the conduct that occurred, to your point about the immunizations potentially being given in the bathroom. There were some allegations potentially that perhaps they weren't even given, that there was that was the reason that they were given in the bathroom. So I do think that the facts of the case are a little bit different here, and we need to make sure that we're considering each case with its own merits. But I agree generally that we also need to make sure that we are trying to treat people in a similar manner, but the facts are, I think, in this case different. So just my perspective there. Is there any other discussion? Do we have a motion with regard to the respondent's proposed settlement?
Madam Chair, I move that we reject it.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, I can do a roll call if you like.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion before we take a vote? Go ahead.
Mr. Leba is recused. Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Nay.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair, with 2 nays.
Thank you, Dr. Grande.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Moving on to 33A. Case is recommended for approval of state's motion to vacate. This is the time for the board to consider consent agenda items 33A through 33F. Kelly Juliana Starrick, board case number 22-0617. Jason E. Diaz, board case number 22-0595. Demario Cotton, board case number 22-0618. Carla Medina, board case number 22-0564. Alejandro David Ventura, board case number 22-0509. Hannah M. Schlief, board case number 22-0632. Does any respondent or attorney or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further discussion?
Dr. Leba, can we pull 33E to handle those separately? I'm recused from that matter.
Yes. Any others? Okay. Will the state attorneys please introduce themselves?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of the state. We would request that for each of these cases, you consider our motion to vacate the hearing and deem the allegations and the complaint as submitted.
Thank you. Before we get to that, are there any other parties present for the matters on the links that we provided? Dr. Gandhi, I'll ask you to tell me to go if you don't see anybody. Okay.
I don't, Mr. Chair.
Comfortable? Okay. The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints as findings of fact and the alleged violations of law and its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motion to deem?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Member Thorwald, I second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So it's now time to deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Lehan,
Member Thorwald, second.
second by Mr. Thorwald. Any discussion before roll call?
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Noting recusal on 33E, aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to 33E. This is the time for the board to consider case agenda item 33E. Alejandro David Ventura, does the respondent or attorneys or board members want to pull the case for discussion? I think we got to that part. Thank you. Will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Are there any other parties present?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody online.
Thank you. The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints as its findings of fact and alleged violations of law as its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motion to deem?
I move the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Member Thorwald, I second.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll now deliberate the appropriate discipline to be imposed.
I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings.
Member Thorwald, I second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. We'll do a roll call. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a little technical issues we have. We're gonna have to shut down Zoom, have them relog back in so that we can stream.
Just to make sure, what we just went over is independent. The individuals would have been provided a link besides YouTube to attend.
They were provided a Zoom link. They can relog back in onto Zoom.
Okay, but Zoom wasn't affected. Is it the streaming that was
Yes,
affected?
yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We did resolve the matter, so we can continue.
Okay, before we move on, just want to check with board staff. Have they had any inquiries that somebody did want to speak that couldn't? I know the links were different, but I just want to check.
No, we haven't received anything,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we do have a motion and we do have a second. Help me, who made the motion? Okay, and the second, and can we do a roll call, please?
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Swamsley's recused, Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before I move on, Mr. Harrison, we all clear? Everything on your side? Good. State, anything to bring forward?
No, thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 35, motions for hearing. Rehearing review. This is the time, the date, and the place where John Nathaniel Nukui Clemente's motion for rehearing is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy in case number 22-0393. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, PJ Lopez for Mr. Clemente, who's also on the Zoom call.
Okay, and Mr. Lopez, could you identify your role today?
Yes, I represent Mr. Clemente as his attorney.
Okay, and are you licensed to practice law in Arizona?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. State have any objections?
None.
Okay, thank you. Pursuant to AAC R423-128D, the board may grant a rehearing of the case if Mr. Clemente establishes that one or more of the 8 grounds listed in the rule materially affected his rights during the administrative proceeding. The board has reviewed Mr. Clemente's motion for rehearing and the response to the motion filed by the state. Each party will have under 5 minutes to address the board on this matter. This is for the time for the legal argument related to the grounds for rehearing, and the parties should not use this time to present new evidence or testimony to the board regarding its merits or the case. Mr. Clemente, your arguments to the board, in your arguments to the board, please clarify and identify and explain the grounds that support your motion for rehearing. Ms. Galvin, in your arguments to the board, please clearly identify and explain why the state does not believe that Mr. Clemente is entitled to the rehearing. We will now proceed to oral argument. Mr. Clemente or legal counsel will present first, followed by Ms. Galvin on behalf of the state. Before we do that, does any board member have any questions? Okay, Mr. Clemente, you're welcome to make a statement or legal counsel for Mr. Clemente.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is PJ Lopez. I represent Mr. Clemente. Mr. Clemente presented to the board this order resulted in a revocation of his pharmacy technician's license. Mr. Clemente, when he appeared before the board, was pretty much a deer in headlights from what I can tell. Of course, I wasn't there, wasn't representing him at the time, but not a lot of evidence was offered by Mr. Clemente concerning the circumstances of what took place, why, the issues concerning his CE, et cetera. And under the circumstances, we'd like the opportunity to provide the board with more context concerning the nature of what occurred. This was all stemming from the lack of performing the required CEs for 2019. And this was just a circumstance where Mr. Clemente, as he went through the COVID year of 2020 and acting as a pharmacy tech in that environment at the University of Arizona, forgot to do his CEs. And then when the audit occurred, he panicked and he was scared because he was fearful of losing his license. And He didn't act out of ill will or spite or disrespect or anything of that matter, but out of fear. But none of that was able to really be explained or explored during the first hearing. And Mr. Clemente would like the opportunity to have another hearing in order to provide more context about what took place and why, not to justify his actions, because his actions were improper. He shouldn't have done what he did, and he knows that. He regrets what he did. He's very embarrassed about it. But he wants to make amends. He wants to provide more explanation and context for the board so the board can have a little bit more detail and feel in order to exact an appropriate remedy here. We think under the circumstances, a suspension would be warranted of some kind. But John's never had any prior disciplinary action. He's been a good pharmacy tech. He's had his license for 10 years. He's very well liked at his job. He's very well liked by his supervisors. He's a very hard, conscientious worker. But a lot of that evidence wasn't presented. No evidence regarding that was presented at the prior hearing. Frankly, John was woefully unprepared for it. And we would just like an opportunity to provide a little bit more context so the board can properly determine an appropriate penalty for Mr. Clemente under the circumstances here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll now go to the state.
Jean Galvin, excuse me, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state. What I heard today, an argument from Mr. Lopez, is that Mr. Clemente would like another rehearing in order to be afforded the opportunity to provide more context to the board, more of an explanation of what drove Mr. Clemente to the actions that are before the board. Requesting a rehearing on the basis of offering the board more context is not something, is not a grounds that is stated within your rule that would justify a motion for rehearing. In his written request seeking a motion for rehearing, Mr. Clemente states as his basis for the request for rehearing is that revocation of the license was an excessive penalty, and the state would disagree. What is excessive in this case is respondents' repeated acts of dishonesty and deceit. Not only did he falsely attest that he had completed the requirements for CE as part of the renewal, he continued the pattern of dishonesty when he falsified the CPE monitor transcript in an effort to convince the board that he had completed the CE. When the board staff was unable to replicate the CE monitor transcript, he then altered CE certificates in furtherance of his scheme. Also recall that the CPE monitor shows that there was no CE activity in 2018, 2019, 2020, or 2022. It would seem that the explanation provided by Mr. Lopez today that simply COVID was here and he forgot to complete his CE is inaccurate according to the monitor. And what he admitted as part of the complaint notice of hearing is he did not complete CE in 2018, 19, or 20. A second chance in this matter is not justified, but revocation is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for the parties? The board has heard arguments of the parties and reviewed the pleadings filed in the matter. The board may grant a rehearing. May grant a rehearing or not grant the rehearing. The board can also deny the motion and affirm the decision. The motion to grant the rehearing, the maker of the motion must specify the grounds on which the rehearing is based. Rehearing would then be limited only to specified grounds. Are there any questions or are there any motions?
Member Thorwald, I move we reject the motion for a rehearing.
Just to cut out a little bit to reject.
I move we reject the motion for a rehearing.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for a reject of the motion for rehearing.
Second is Kevin.
I have a second before a vote. I'll pause.
I just want to make a statement. It pains me that we are very willing to work with people when they've had they didn't do a CE or whatever, but what makes this different to me is the amount of years that it wasn't done and the falsification.
I agree.
That's what makes it different for me, but I'm not in support of rehearing because I don't see any grounds for it.
I would agree with you. Before a roll call, Mr. Harris, if I hit everything, or do we need to circle back on anything?
Mr. President, members of the board, no, I think the motion is to deny the motion for rehearing or review, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a,
If I may, and for clarification, and then that would uphold the board's decision
yes,
to revoke.
yes. Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for your time today. Moving on to 16A. Yeah, we'll give the, let's pause for about 5 minutes and give a chance for the state to get organized and move back to their seats. So we'll give about 5 minutes.
Mr. President, members of the
Yes.
board, thank you very much. I hope the
Thank
rest
you.
of the meeting goes well.
Yes, thank you as
Thank you.
always. All right, welcome back, everyone. Dr. Gandhi, would you take a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
and Ms. Nair.
Here.
All accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Tab 16A BDU Distributing LLC. This is a resident compressed medical gas DME distributor permit application. Do we have representatives with BDU present? Any representatives with BDU Distributing LLC?
Can you hear me?
Now we can,
I'm
yes.
sorry. Yes, my name is Brian Underwood and I'm present for BDU Distributing.
Okay, good morning. What is your position with the company?
I own the company, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, if I could get a brief summary of what is before us, board staff, that would be great. And then we'll go and take a comment.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Bolts. I'm the licensing administrator for the board. BDU Distributing LLC applied for a resident DME distributor permit on November 20th.
You're real muffled. I hate to interrupt you, but board members can't hear you. It's muffled. There's periods where it's clearer than others, but if you could start over and try to maybe make sure that the mic on the device is free and clear.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
You can, it's just a little muffled. I think if you speak up, though, we'll be okay.
Is it more clear now?
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Bolts. I'm the licensing administrator for the Board of Pharmacy. BDU Distributing LLC applied for a resident DME distributor permit on November 20th, 2022. Upon administrative review, the licensing administrator found that the physical location of the business is a private residence in Surprise, Arizona. Mr. Brian Underwood, the designated representative and owner, provided a statement outlining BDU's business operations. This statement and communication with board staff is available for the board's review. BDU resells medical equipment owned by their wholesaler suppliers, McKesson and Complete Medical Supplies. Complete Medical Supplies does not hold an a non-resident Arizona permit, and therefore may not ship equipment into Arizona.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Underwood, would you like to make a comment before we get going with questions?
No, sir. I mean, unless you guys need something from me, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to, what I would need to say right now.
No worries, and it's optional for you. I just wanted to give you the chance to do so. Board members, do we have any questions or conversation?
Mr. President,
Yes.
it looks like based on his statement that no medical supplies or equipment will be stored at his residence and are only shipped directly from the supplier to the patient. So I don't know if that changes any of our questions because he's not going to be holding any medical gases or supplies at his house.
Sure. Good point to bring up. And the one thing that I like to think about here as well is today he doesn't have that ability, but he could in the future. And so one thing that I might recommend is that if the application is, the permit is approved, that it's approved with the stipulations that were noted. And I had those, a page number on those, and that's changed now. It was on 1554, but there were some stipulations noted. If anybody could help me out with that while I look too. I just don't see it now.
Sir, may I say something?
Absolutely.
So that was actually our plan, that if we were to grow to the point as to where we had an actual warehouse or a physical location outside the residence, that we would be having everything updated, which includes our licenses as well.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Nair has found the stipulations. I'm gonna ask her to read that.
It just states that you don't hold a non-residence wholesaler permit in Arizona, not permitted to ship. That they're stored at a warehouse owned by McKesson. And just how the business operates, that you order, kind of as Miss Davis already stated.
I'm not seeing the stipulations, board staff. There was a response.
Look at 1557, Dr. Leva.
57.
It spells out what the business
Mhm.
does currently.
There-
I mean, we could take that as an attestation.
There just was a place before the pages changed that I think listed out the stipulations, but Mr. Underwood, I just want to confirm with you on the record that you would not be housing compressed gas on site or any other type of medical devices.
That's correct. We wouldn't be keeping or storing anything on site.
Okay. And just want to make sure you are aware that there could be a home inspection by compliance officers at your house.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
Okay. So board members, it would be my recommendation to approve with the noted stipulations that there will be no medical equipment or compressed gas held at the home. Dr. Gandhi, it almost seems like this is a virtual type situation. Do we have the right permit?
I'm looking to see if virtual DME is an option. I don't believe we've worked on that.
Okay. With that, I'll hand it over for any questions, the board members.
If that's your motion, I'll second it.
Okay, I'll make that a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you.
17A, Northeast Express. Do we have representatives with Northeast Express? Anybody with Northeast Express? Dr. Gotti, I'm not hooked up to see if, do you see? Okay.
Don't see the owner online, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's move on and we'll come back to that a little bit later on. I don't know if board staff wants to reach out and just give a friendly reminder. 19A. That is MEI Services, Inc. Non-resident pharmacy permit application. Do we have representatives with MEI Services?
Yes, Mr. President. Is Nancy Jara, pharmacist in charge,
Okay,
and
welcome.
Tina, compliance officer.
Welcome. Okay. Board staff, I think Mr. Leong, this was yours. Would you mind giving us a brief summary on it?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mhm.
before Mr. Leong starts, I understand there's some additional information that we weren't able to obtain about this matter from Georgia.
Mhm.
And so the recommendation was to table
That's right.
this application.
Yep.
So
Um,
moved.
So moved. Mr. Leong, you've not received any information, and I guess even if you have, we have not had a chance to digest that, so.
Yes, I'm still working in direct communication with the Georgia Drug Narcotics Agency and receiving some executive authority from their executive director. However, at this time, the executive director has been on time off.
Okay.
Motion to table.
Ms. Galvin, any concerns with the tabling of this?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion to table and the representatives for MEI, there's additional information that the board is wanting. And they're trying to get in touch to get that, but it sounds like we've not been able to get it. So I would request that you reach out to the board, that whoever you've been communicating with and go from there. So I have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Thorwell, second.
A motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, all right, thank you. 19B, Advanced Infusion Care. Representatives with Advanced Infusion Care.
I'm Deba Neely.
Okay, and what is your position today?
I'm the pharmacist in charge at one of their locations.
Okay, are you the pharmacist in charge at this location, this permit?
At Clinton, yes, yes, sir.
Okay,
Zena Barry is also here. I'm the VP of Clinical Ops for AIC Healthcare.
good morning. Okay, Ms. Dodge, would you give a summary of the case?
Sure. Advanced Infusion Care applied for a non-resident pharmacy permit on August 23rd, 2022. The applicant answered yes to the regulatory question number 5, affirming that a medical practitioner will receive compensation either directly or indirectly from the pharmacy. And that is the reason for their appearance today. They have provided an attestation on page 1629 saying that they will not violate 32-1930B.
Okay, thank you. Board members, the page 1629, that sums up my concerns there. I'd give a chance for Advanced Fusion Care to make a statement if they'd like. Okay, it'd be my having in writing and on the record that they will observe the regulation. I would recommend that we approve the application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any conversation before a vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
19C, Magnolia Pharmacy. Representatives for Magnolia Pharmacy.
Hey, I'm here. I'm Lindsay Testament. I'm the pharmacist in charge.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dodge, would you mind giving us a summary?
The application was for a change of ownership. However, it's not a true change of ownership. Magnolia Pharmacy has been presented to you before for a renewal. And in April of 2022, you allowed them to withdraw the renewal application. The reason for the request for the withdrawal was because they were going to go through a change of ownership. And so I don't know if you remember the case, but that was the basis of it. The person involved had some legal issues with the original permit. So that permit did close because you guys allowed them to withdraw their renewal application. They did submit an ownership change in September of 22. Again, it's not a true ownership change because they don't have an open permit today. What's confusing is that the permit that they provided from their home state is still the same original permit that they had when they applied for the initial permit with us, if that makes sense. The state that they live in does not require them to do a change of ownership with the way that the ownership was changed. They have provided an attestation that that individual does not work there. It has no participation with any sort of ownership with the company.
My question was, I believe it was a grotto. I didn't see anywhere in here that they had changed that structure. Do you have that confirmation? And maybe I missed it. Because I see an ownership structure in there, a chart that breaks down. If I recall, there was over a third ownership on it. The permit was going to ask for more time to go back and get him off of the structure and then come back to us, and I haven't seen that. Ms. Wambley, do you recall any additional?
I believe what's in the book, and I'm looking for it, is the prior ownership structure. Can you confirm that, Elizabeth?
I'm looking through it too.
1677, maybe?
Yeah, because that was the section that you guys reviewed before. Yes. So that's the previous one. And this entire section, I believe, was what Jennifer had presented to you with the renewal application.
Got it. So I'm still not quite clear who the permit representing today. And I do believe we asked, help me out here, did we ask for Mr. Grotto to appear as well the last meeting? Anybody remember this?
Yes.
Yes, you did ask for him to appear, and that's when we knew we were going to do the change of ownership. So that's when we asked to table it until we could get the change of ownership done.
So what is Mr. Gatto's involvement in the pharmacy at this point?
No involvement.
He is not a part of any day-to-day operations. He's no longer an owner of any sort.
No.
Okay.
But we've not seen that yet. So
I sent in the purchase agreement. Someone requested that, so we sent over that to show the part when the shares were sold.
And I'm trying to find it because it was part of the application.
1719, page 1719.
There's a lot of pages in there. Sorry, we had to include
it's okay.
everything. 'Cause-
Yep.
Yes, there you go. And did it all go to Sheila? Because this says and.
Shayla and David. Part
Okay.
of it went to her, part of it went to him.
So combined, they own his prior 36%.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, that helps. Last question for me, and then I'll hand it over to the board members. Are there any management members, employees that are under your charge now with the change of ownership, new company, that were there prior when all of this took place under Mr. Gatto's leadership ownership?
I don't think I understand the question. Can you repeat
So,
that?
so you changed structure of the company.
Uh-huh.
In leadership, is there any of the prior members in the new leadership that were around when this took place?
So nothing was involved with our pharmacy. Is that what you mean, that the things that he's being charged for, Dr. Gatto?
Ms. Wamsley says she can clarify for me. I'm not, you're probably doing just fine. I'm not verbalizing it right. So hang on.
So I think where you're going here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the case that was filed with the District Court of New Jersey, Thomas Faris, Pat Truglia, Dominic Gatto, Nicholas DeFonte, and Christopher Siri were cited in this case. Are any of those individuals involved in your pharmacy at this point?
No, they are not. Yeah, I don't know any of those people.
Okay, so none of those individuals that were involved with the prior charges are involved in the pharmacy today?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you wanted?
It is, absolutely.
Sorry about that.
I just couldn't recall the name, so I tried my best to get there, but thank you for the assistance. Board members, any questions?
Dr. Leib, I'm comfortable at this point making a motion to approve.
Okay, and do we have, Ms. Galvin, resolution of the case? It is adjudicated and we're not pending, waiting anything?
The case against Mr. Gatto and a couple of other defendants was dismissed, but charges were refiled. So there is an additional criminal complaint against Mr. Gatto, and I believe Mr. Faris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any concerns moving forward without the outcome of that in light of the new structure and ownership?
Not in light of the new structure and ownership and what she has stated.
Okay.
My motion stands to approve.
No second.
I have a motion and a second. Any conversation before we vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes.
So we're approving an application, not a change in ownership, right? So I just want to make sure we're doing the correct procedurally.
It's a
Yes.
change of ownership application.
It is, but there's no permit to do the change of ownership with, but it would be on the record documenting how it was done.
Okay, so it still establishes the history. It
Yes.
still is connected. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Let's go back to, was it 19B?
17A, I believe.
17A, thank you. 17A, Northeast Express.
Mr. Chair, I had the opportunity of calling Northeast Express, spoke to the vice president who was going to get the owner on the phone and remind her of this meeting. I still do not see them in our participant list, so I don't know, maybe we still hold on and call it later on.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 23A, Altair Pharmaceuticals. Do you have a representative with Altair Pharmaceuticals?
Good morning, sir. My name is Michael Sawaya. I'm the General Counsel and VP of QA and RA for Altair.
Okay. Ms. Galvin, any concerns with that position? It's within the company, it sounds like.
No concerns.
Okay, thank you.
I am an employee of the company, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Richardson, would you mind giving us a summary of the case when you're ready? And then we'll go back to you for a comment.
Certainly. Altair Pharmaceuticals was issued a cease and desist letter in December of 2020 for unpermitted activity. Based on that cease and desist, they did apply for a non-resident manufacturer permit in January of 21 and later provided a response to the cease and desist. In that response, they indicated that they had immediately ceased all shipments of both prescription and non-prescription drugs into the state of Arizona as soon as they had received that cease and desist letter in December of 2020. The application that they submitted for their permit in January ended up being closed for failure to provide a list of items that they would be manufacturing and shipping, manufacturing or repackaging, and then ultimately shipping into Arizona. And that deadline was June of 2021. So it was closed at that point. They reapplied in July of 2022. When I conducted the substantive review, I did find a warning letter in 2020 for an inspection that was conducted by the FDA in 2019. That's in your packet to review. It involved sterility issues that included equipment that had been repaired with duct tape, foil that led to a voluntary recall of several products. They did respond to my request for their response that they had given to the FDA based on that. I did get all those documents. Recently, prior to this board meeting, and I'm sorry, I don't have the dates with me. I believe it was January 13th and January 20th. We still had not received that list of products. I requested it on January 13th, did not receive any type of response, requested it again on January 20th, again, no type of response. So as of today, they have not provided that information. And we do require that for a manufacturing permit. We request that list of items to be provided.
I do apologize for that. I'm not sure where that request went. I haven't seen it. I can tell you, ma'am, and the board, the two items that we're presently manufacturing are erythromycin ophthalmic ointment. It's a prescription product, and fluorescein binoxonate, which is a fluorescein sodium and binoxonate HCl ophthalmic solution. It's a mixture, or rather a combination product with a fluorescein dye along with a topical anesthetic, again, a prescription product used for examinations by ophthalmologists and optometrists. Those are the only two products we're manufacturing now. Again, I do apologize. I can send you, if you can tell me where to send it, that in writing, and maybe I can clarify with you where a request ought to go.
I
Obviously, I'm
can
a little
clarify,
embarrassed.
I can clarify for you, the request was sent to the email that is provided by the applicant, the same email that was used to request the FDA information that they did respond to.
I'm sorry, there must be some sort of miscommunication here somewhere. Again, I can send you in writing what I've just told you. Would that go to srichardson@azpharmacy.gov?
That's correct.
Yeah, again, I do apologize. I'm quite embarrassed to hear that you had a request outstanding for that amount of time. I can't tell you why without looking into it. But again, I can send you something in writing affirming what I've just told you.
Ms. Richardson, can you tell me, and it is going back, but I'm just curious, they sent items into Arizona without having a permit.
Correct. That
Okay.
had been discovered. I'm not sure by who. It was normally those things are discovered on a routine inspection.
Mhm.
It may have been a DME type inspection or a pharmacy inspection where an invoice was found. And when we see an invoice from a company we're not familiar with, i.e. something other than one of the traditional McKesson, Cardinal, that type of thing, we always look them up to make sure they're permitted. So that's how this would have come about. They received the cease and desist at that point. And I do need to make a clarification on what we requested. It wasn't the list of items manufactured, it was their shipments. I apologize. We needed to know because the board typically assesses their penalties based on how much has been shipped in.
And that's kind of
And
where I was going to.
that's what we requested. I apologize. I didn't have my notes in front of me. We requested on those 2 dates, a list of all shipments. And I believe I requested 2 years worth based on what is required for a typical invoice purchase retention.
And am I following it right? After the cease and desist, that activity presumably stopped. We never got the information requested, so the applicant closed, and now we're here today with a new application.
Correct. And so they stated that they had stopped shipping. We don't have any evidence of that. We've requested a list of all items shipped in for the last, it was either 2 or 3 years. I'll go back and check my email communication with them because it was recent. It was in January. All items shipped in and the dates that they were shipped in, and we have not received that.
Can you tell me the dates that you're interested in?
I'll just refer you back to the email that I initially sent. I can certainly resend it. There's
would be
2
very
emails,
helpful.
one on the 13th and one on the 20th.
Of January of this year.
Correct.
Dr. Leva, based on our conversation yesterday, should we potentially look at tabling this till we get the other information at the next meeting?
Yeah, we really don't have enough information to move on. And I don't like the idea of changing permit numbers to kind of shake off what happened upstream. And I don't think that we're going to allow that to happen. So this information is important. If we need a subpoena to do it, we can do a subpoena because it doesn't seem like we're getting the information we need.
You don't need a subpoena, sir. I can get you the information you're looking for.
Well, I hope so, because we've been waiting.
Again, as I told you, I can't see these emails. I don't know why I didn't get them from January 13th and January 20th. My email, would you like me to, in the chat, give you my email?
No, let's leave the emails out, and then I'll just have you follow up with the board. But I'm going to table the matter until April. If we would have had the information at hand today, we could have addressed it. But applying for a new permit just, doesn't alleviate what took place in the past. So we do need to address that.
Well, we can certainly get you the information. Ms. Richardson, the email that I should get material out.
Let's not display the email again. I'll ask you to do that privately and we'll go from there.
I will, Ms. Richardson, I will send you an email from me with the email that I'd like you to use, please. The company corporate email.
Okay.
Is that
Thank you.
acceptable?
Thank you for, as long as we get the information, I think you should go back and look at what communication has taken place previously, and that link is working, that email is working, and continue with that. Okay, thank you for your time today.
I will send something today. Thank you.
All right, let's move to special requests 36B. Ms. Richardson, thank you. Looking at Q Pharma. We have representatives with Q Pharma. I'll defer to you, Dr. Gandhi, before I move on.
I don't see it on a participant list, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll come back to 36B. 36C. Alicia Torres. No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is
Gilbert
Dawn
Steve-
Gabriel from Q Pharma. I didn't realize that you were on 36B.
Okay, so we'll go back. 36B, Q Pharma. If you would do me a favor, state your name and position with the permit.
My name is Dawn Gabriel, and I am the Chief Compliance Officer at Q Pharma.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell, could you give us a brief summary of what's before us today? And then we'll go back to Q Pharma.
At its meeting of December 7th, 2022, the board considered the 3PL permit application submitted by Q Pharma. The application was presented to the board as the applicant failed to disclose 2 disciplinary actions and failed to apply for a new permit within 14 days of a change in ownership. The application was presented with a recommendation from President Leba and Vice President Walmsley to issue an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty for $750. The board accepted the recommendation and the order was sent to Q Pharma. They have since requested to appear before the board to appeal the order.
Okay, thank you for that. Q Pharma, would you like to make a statement?
Certainly, thank you. I'd like to address each of those separately. So the first one regarding the change of ownership. The change of ownership occurred due to the unexpected passing of the president and CEO, Patrick Denbour of Q Pharma, unexpectedly on December 30th, 2021. Upon his passing, the ownership of the company was transferred to his spouse, Barbara Denbour. So in essence, it was a change of owner, but the company was never sold. We did reach out to the board because it was an odd situation to determine what was our next steps. And we reached out on February 4th. We didn't get a response, so we reached out again to an alternate contact on February 17th. We were told we needed to submit a new application, which we did submit on that day of February 17th. So in summary, it wasn't really a true change of ownership because the company was not sold. And obviously, because it occurred based on the unexpected passing of our owner, there was no way that we could comply with the requirements for notifying the board ahead of schedule. And then as far as the Colorado non-disciplinary civil penalties, there were 2 that were cited. One was from 2013, but that particular penalty was related to a once incorporated division of Q Pharma called Q Pharmacy. Q Pharmacy has nothing to do with the facilities that we are licensing for distribution through the Board of Pharmacy. And in fact, Q Pharmacy Inc. no longer exists. So again, in summary, that proceeding was against a division of Q Pharma that no longer exists and was not related to our warehouse. The second one was from 2022. And I first want to state that this one from the Colorado Board of Pharmacy, we got notification of that after we had submitted our initial application on February 17th. And what they indicated, the Department of Regulatory Agencies, they actually indicated that the Board of Pharmacy received a complaint about the fact of the change of ownership application not meeting the requirements of, of being submitted prior to the change. It was a complaint. It was not a disciplinary order. We responded back as required. And then the Department of Regulatory Agencies sent us a memorandum on May 20th, indicating they did not have sufficient grounds to warrant the commencement of formal disciplinary proceedings. And so therefore, it was dismissed and it never did rise to a disciplinary order.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Galvin, could I ask you to look at 4799? And I'm trying to see on here where this is non-disciplinary, but I'm not seeing that.
I don't see that that matches what Mr. Gabriel said. I see that it has Q Pharma, not Q Farm or whatever the other name was that he was looking at.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if the civil penalty was failure to disclose, it does look like that they did submit their application for a change of ownership before the March 10th, I think, date that they were notified that the Colorado Board of Pharmacy issued this discipline or reprimand or whatever they're calling it.
I'm looking at one too on 1/23/2013 as well. So Q Pharma is listed on the clearinghouse I'm looking at, board staff from NABP, and the permit in front of us today is Q Pharma.
Yes, and the division of Q Pharma that received that 2013 disciplinary action was a pharmacy. It was not our distribution warehouse. It was a division that functioned as a pharmacy, and it was a pharmacy license.
What is the address? Where are you at now for the permit in front of us today?
It is 45 Horse Hill Road in Cedar Knolls, New Jersey. And I will say that the pharmacy had a small section restricted area in the warehouse per se, at that location rather. But again, it was not involved in any of the drug distribution activities and operations of our current warehouse, which is what we are looking to be licensed for.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Member Thorwald, is Q Pharmacy owned separately than the current one, or is it a subsidiary of your current corporation?
Q Pharmacy was incorporated, and I don't know all of the legal background to this, but it was incorporated separately, and it had a completely different operational model from the warehouse.
Mr. Chair, if that was incorporated as a separate entity, then that would not necessarily, in my view, need to be included in the application.
As total company is what you're
Yes.
saying?
That's correct.
And I only wanted to do this when I feel like I need to have a legal question answered. Could I make a motion for executive session for legal advice, please?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll return momentarily.
I'm just afraid I'm gonna trip over it. I'm gonna go to the penalty box.
Okay, welcome back. Q Pharma, we have met. Thanks for your patience. I'll open it up to board members for questions or clarifications. Okay, I think what I'd like to do to request for the permit is to supply us with the structure and position of the wife prior to the death of the founder, and then after, so we could see that, because that's information that I think would help me. So if you can supply that. The other information I'd like to see is I need proof that you can show me, we got the same addresses on a stipulated order, proof that it is for a different permit in that space that you talked about. And if you can show me that, I'd feel better about that as well. And then anything else, board members, those are the two items that I really want to see. I feel like there might be one more, but
I'd like it provided in time for the next meeting, so that we, by the cutoff time, so that way we have the opportunity to review it and we can bring it back at the April meeting.
can you do that, the representative for Q Pharma?
Yes, I can. I did want to state, though, that for the 2013 civil penalty for Colorado, it does have the specific license number associated with it, and it is an OSP license, which is a pharmacy license. And so it is not any of the licenses that were held by Q Pharma distribution warehouse. So I don't know if that helps.
It doesn't me right now, but what I would like you to do is to submit your argument to support the claims you made today, and we'll
Sure.
definitely get those. I'd rather have that information and have a informed decision versus doing something today or upholding today when we don't have all the facts. So just give us supporting documentation on the claims to negate the 3 charges. And I'd like to see that, Ms. Walmsley.
I think staff knows what we're, the information that I think we're looking for, Dr. Gandhi, Ms. Canavong. They can work with the permit holder to make sure that we have that. We just want to make sure that we have all the appropriate evidence to consider to make sure that we make a good decision here.
Yes.
I would also like to request the corporate registration documents for both the corporations so that we could verify that they are 2 separate entities.
Okay. So Q Pharma board staff will, if you can start with that, then board staff will work with you on the rest, but let's get that in prior to the deadline that's on the board website for the next meeting so we can conclude this.
I'll make a motion to table.
Motion to table. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, let's take like a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. All right, welcome back. Dr. Gandhi, will you take a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley, Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for Ms. Walmsley.
She's
There
right.
she is.
Okay.
All accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Gilbert Stephen Inges.
Sorry, the person is online, Mr. Chair. I'm asking them to unmute.
Thank you. And then while we're waiting, Ms. Torres, would you mind giving us a brief summary of the case? Or
Hi,
Jen-
it's
Yep.
Crystal. I'll give the summary.
Thank you.
So on November 4th, 2022, board staff received a leave of absence letter from Creighton University for Mr. Iningus. On November 8th, 2022, Mr. Iningus emailed board staff requesting to reopen his technician trainee license due to board staff having to close his intern license for his leave of absence. So Mr. Iningus currently has an open technician trainee license with an expiration date of May 31st of 2025. Mr. Yingis is now petitioning the board to have his intern license reopened to gain experience while still on a leave of absence from school. And one of the prerequisites for licensure as a pharmacy intern is current enrollment in a board-approved college or school of pharmacy.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, are you able to give us a statement or what your request is before us?
Yes, of course. So my name is Gilbert Stephen Iningus, and I am currently a pharmacy technician trainee at CVS. I began pharmacy school last semester in August, and I wasn't able to complete the semester due to an unexpected family death, which caused me to request a temporary leave of absence, and that absence was granted due to the valid life event I experienced. And my pharmacy intern license was relinquished. And I'm meeting with the board today to potentially request that my intern license potentially be reopened. I know under the Arizona Administrative Code, Article 3 and Section R4-23-301, Part C states that if a pharmacy intern licensee is to go on a temporary leave of absence, that they are to relinquish that license. But the reason why I'm requesting that it be reopened is because I would like the board to review that section of code. I feel like a student is bound to experience an unexpected life event, and students often experience the need to take a temporary leave of absence. And I don't believe that because a pharmacy student experiences a valid life event, they should be hindered from their ability to continue on their professional educational journey while on leave. And so that's why I'm requesting that my intern license be reopened, because I do have a passion for pharmacy and I do want to take this time on leave to continue the learning process to allow me to grow and develop into the professional that I plan to be.
All right, thank you. Board members, do you have questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin.
Yes.
So I have a question for Mr. Iniguez. Looks like your leave of absence will expires on August 1st of this year. What is the intention of requesting pharmacy technician license? Are you planning on working part-time or full-time at some pharmacy at the present time?
I am currently working at CVS part-time, and the leave of absence expires in August because I am scheduled to resume or re-enter my pharmacy program at Creighton University in August of 2023, which would be this year.
Okay. I mean, I completely understand your personal situation, but the law is the law. According to the state law, pharmacy law R4-23-301, the prerequisite for licensure as the pharmacy interns includes you have to be a current student in good standing. I mean, right now you're not actively enrolled in any program at Creighton University.
So at Creighton University, I am an enrolled student. I'm just not actively attending courses. I'm a admitted student which is enrolled in the pharmacy program. I am just on a temporary leave of absence.
I think that's a little bit confusing because the correspondence that we have from the Assistant Dean of Academic Affairs mentions withdrawal. It does not say a leave of absence. And your intention is to go back in August?
Yes.
Yeah. I think August is not an eternity away, and I think you can still continue to learn as in your current role. And I do admire you for doing that. You're doing something to better yourself. So I do admire that out of that. However, when you are an intern, there's other things that take place. There's schooling that takes place that complements your didactic, complements your work atmosphere. You're able to talk with a preceptor. A lot of times those hours count for licensure. So there is a difference. It would be my opinion, board members, that we are up on August. There's a little bit of a conflicting information with the correspondence from the school that I wish every bit of success to this individual, that they reapply or go back off of leave into a full intern status in August. And I would stay with allowing him to work as a technician, but at this point, not as an intern.
I would agree, and noting that an intern and a technician do have very different duties. So keeping that in mind, I agree with what you stated.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with all the comments here. He withdrew, and we'll wait till August when he returns back to full status. Then he can be an intern.
Any other questions, board members? No? Okay, I'd make a motion to not grant the request.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time
But
today.
also, we should note that Cedar was recused.
Recused, okay. 36D. Dr. Gandhi, who do we have on this? Okay, Wildlife Pharmaceuticals. I just see it. It starts out with a registration requirement.
Correct. And we have Mr. Blair online to speak to it.
Okay. Would you mind giving us a summary of what's before us, and then we'll go to Mr. Blair for a comment?
Certainly. There's a company, international company that ships product into this country, not into this state currently, but ships into another state. And I think there's a business decision being considered here which will allow, or the request is to allow the international company to ship directly into this state from another country. Those products in question are exclusive to the company. It's not available through another source. And I think that's going to be the discussion and for consideration for the board. Mr. Blair, did I kind of summarize it, or did I miss anything?
Yeah, I think you got the salient features of it. Hi, board members, good to see you all again. And staff, good to see all of you. I am Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs for Wedgwood Pharmacy. I am also authorized to speak on behalf of Wildlife Pharmaceuticals of South Africa. Wildlife Pharmaceuticals South Africa is a distributor of wildlife immobilization medicines. They're a manufacturer and a distributor. They have a CGMP certified facility in South Africa, certified by the South African government. They are also registered with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And you should have copies of those certificates in your in the packet, I hope. The issue that we're having is that Wedgwood acquired Wildlife Pharmaceuticals American distributor in 2018. The intention is to move that distribution business to Arizona. So the products have been coming into Colorado. Colorado does not have a requirement to have, or I shouldn't say they don't, but they do not seem to have a requirement for inspection of the foreign facility, a requirement that Arizona does have. And since we would not be able to inspect the facility in South Africa, wildlife cannot become licensed in the state of Arizona. Therefore, they would not be able to ship. So what we are asking the board to consider would be a waiver of the licensing requirement for the South African manufacturer, which is allowable under Arizona Revised Statute 36-2522 sub D. The two medications, there's actually three products, but two medications, etorphine, which is both a bulk powder that we would compound, as well as a finished product called Captivon, and then another one, thiofentanyl, which is strictly available as a finished product called Thionil. These are both extremely potent opiates that are used to immobilize mostly zoo and wild animals, anything from hoof stock to bears to elephants and rhinos and whales. So they are very specialized. Right now, Wildlife is distributing these medications to about 60 major zoos and aquariums and wildlife facilities in the United States, including the Phoenix Zoo, Wildlife World Zoo in Litchfield Park, and the Reed Park Zoo in Tucson. There's also a letter, I believe, in your packet from Dr. Gary West, who is the lead veterinarian at the Phoenix Zoo, talking to his need for these medications. Our plan, so Wedgwood is licensed in Arizona as a retail pharmacy, as a wholesale distributor. We are also licensed with the Drug Enforcement Administration as a retail pharmacy, a wholesale distributor, a manufacturer, and an importer. So the plan would be to import these items under our DEA import certificate and immediately transfer the two finished goods to the DEA wholesaler permit and the bulk powder to the DEA manufacturer permit. They would then be distributed under those permits to the zoos and aquariums around the nation. We believe that a waiver under ARS 36-2522 sub D is consistent with the intent of the statute and the needs of the population being served. More so, we do not believe that it presents a threat to the health and safety of the general public. And I would entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you. Quick question. How is Arizona obtaining those products today?
They are not,
Period.
period.
Okay.
Everything-
Anywhere else?
Because there's still the distributor is still in existence in Colorado, and their subsidiary Zoo Farm, which is in Wyoming. But we are closing those facilities up with the intent to move them to Arizona.
Okay.
So, Mr. Blair, clarification then. So the facilities in Arizona are getting it today through the Wyoming facility, but your
Because-
intent is to close that facility?
The facility in Arizona is not getting anything at current time. It's all being distributed through the Wyoming facility Zoo Farm. But we are,
to the Arizona zoos.
yes. It's shipping from Wyoming to the Arizona zoos right now.
Do you guys compound with this, or are these like finished? You mentioned the one is a finished product, and the other you're compounding with?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Wyoming location that's sending the product in, is that a owned pharmacy of Wedgwood?
It is a subsidiary of Wedgwood. It is licensed in Arizona as a retail pharmacy and as a wholesale distributor.
And and you may have said it, but I didn't catch it. What's the reasoning for that not to continue from there? What do you want to, why is it that you want to do this?
We want to, well, the intent is to close up the Wyoming facility and to move that operation to Arizona because of the efficiencies of having everything in one place.
Yep, just that helps me understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Blair, how do you protect your employees when they compound with a product that's 10,000 times more potent than morphine?
We are up on the USP 800 regulations. We have been compliant with USP 800 since 2017. So everything is treated, I mean, as a highly hazardous material.
And one last thing, and Ms. Wamsley, I'm sorry, then I'll go to you. I just want to confirm the etorphine, I understand, is not available. It's bulk sent in. The other two products on the record, can you say those aren't available, manufactured in the US?
None of these are manufactured in the United States. They are only manufactured by Wildlife Pharmaceuticals in South Africa.
Okay.
And Wildlife US and Zoo Farm are the only distributors of this product in the Americas.
Okay.
One additional question, Mr. Blair. With the potency of these products, I assume that they're Schedule 2.
Yes.
Is there any additional security measures your pharmacy would take to ensure that these products don't end up on the streets of Arizona in the case of a break-in or something like that? I mean, something that's 10,000 times more potent than morphine is scary.
I mean, we are licensed with the DEA as a distributor and a manufacturer. So DEA is in once a year. They check our security systems. We have a safe that the product will be stored in that can withstand a nuclear blast as required by the DEA. So I mean, we are treating it with the security that it warrants. And again, these are products that are not going to general veterinarians' offices. These are products that are not going to dog and cat owners. These are strictly going to zoos and wildlife authorities. So, we are able to, I don't want to say control, but if we would question a general veterinarian calling to order something like this, it's just not within their scope of practice.
Okay. Board members, just opinion, I am in favor of the 3 stated drugs allowing the deviation under the terms that it's not to be used in community veterinary offices. It is for, Mr. Blair, I don't know what the term is, if they're over a certain weight or what you would call it.
You could say zoo or wildlife animals.
Zoo or wildlife animals, I would be in favor of that. I think that they vetted out the other items that I had concerns about. That would be my opinion on this one.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin.
Kevin, Lori had you. Okay, go ahead. And then Lori.
Okay, so I just have one question for Mr. Blair, and this is for my own edification. Since this drug is manufactured in South Africa, which regulatory agency in the US is handling the quality control of this product?
So it is the manufacturing facility is registered with the Food and Drug Administration, the US FDA, but it is certified CGMP by the South African Department of Health Regulation.
So is their CGMP equivalent to the US CGMP?
I would have to believe so. I cannot tell you 100%. I have not reviewed or compared and contrasted the two, but I have to believe that they are close, if not identical.
That's my only concern, Mr. Blair. I mean, we're talking about the safety of these animals, and a lot of time animals in the zoos are
And understand, Dr. Dang, these products have been being used in the United States since 2015.
Mr. Blair,
these
also,
products that were
in
made
addition to
in the US
FDA
or in South Africa.
I'm not hearing. Go ahead again, Kevin. I'm sorry.
You mentioned that these products have been used in the US since 2015, but were these specific products manufactured in the US or in South Africa? The ones
They were manufactured in South Africa.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blair, just to confirm though, that the facility in South Africa is FDA licensed and goes through FDA inspections.
They are registered with the FDA. I cannot speak to whether or when they were inspected by FDA, but they are registered with the FDA, and there should be a copy of that in your packet as well.
Okay, thank you.
Would the board care to receive legal advice in executive session?
That's
Yes.
where I was gonna go. My question here is, I'm generally supportive, and I'll say this on the record, I'm generally supportive of this and want to find a way to do this. What I don't know that I can reconcile is if we truly have the authority under this waiver, because this subsection of the rule allows us to waive a rule by requirement of the registration. I don't believe we have rules related to this, but I'll make a motion for executive session. So Ms. Galvin has the opportunity to answer that question, but that was going to be my next thought as executive session to make sure that this is allowed.
Second, it's Kevin.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, thank you for your patience. Board members will open up to conversation, but the one thing I would say on this is, while I definitely see the utility and the reasoning behind it, I think we should pause and let the AAG and the ED do a little bit more research. We don't need to name who that research is with this time, but let them reach out to the appropriate agencies, have a quick conversation. And Mr. Blair, it's not a complete hard no. It's, we need a little bit more education on the matter. And then we'll return back and have a discussion on it once we're equipped a little bit more to make a decision.
Mr. President, I do want to let you know, well, two facts that I just want to bring up. Thionil is listed with the Food and Drug Administration on their index of conditionally approved medications. Okay, meaning that the FDA realizes that it's beneficial, that it is safe and effective. There is not a big enough market for it to go through the drug approval process, but it does appear on the list of FDA indexed medications. Also, there is over a 5-month lead time on ordering these chemicals. So right now there are 0 in the United States, which means that if you were to say yes today, we would not be able to receive any until July.
Okay. Having heard that, board members, any questions, comments, follow up?
Mr. Blair, I would love to see the way it's structured in Wyoming, how you're getting the products. If they have a wholesale license through Wyoming, just how that's structured, just so we can learn from that.
Okay, and how would you propose to see that?
Yeah,
I
I think staff will work with you, just what we could look at, gain some knowledge from.
Okay, I mean, basically it's structured the same way I proposed it to you. They have an import permit, they have a manufacturing permit. They're registered, I mean, they're licensed in Arizona as a wholesale distributor. They're licensed in 49 states. It's the same. It's the same.
Well, what you brought up to us, it says it may be waived by rule.
Right, and the board can rule. That's what you're doing right now.
We're
If you
reading it
vote, you have
as
ruled.
a
You have-
rule as in a regulation.
Does that make sense if you think about it? Are you going to pass? Are you going to go through the rulemaking process to grant a waiver to one company? I think the interpretation of rule here is that the board will make a ruling, and you could do that right now.
Mr. Chairman,
I'd let Ms. Galvin comment on that. If the board wants legal advice on my interpretation, that I'll provide it. I'm not going to provide it to Mr. Blair.
Mr. Dang?
so I just I have a comment for Mr. Blair. So Mr. Blair, earlier you mentioned that you, even yourself, you're not sure that the South Africa CGMP is equivalent to the US CGMP. From the quality control perspective, any chance you can get us the analysis so that at least we can compare the two? Because safety is a big thing here, and a lot of animals at the zoos are rare species.
Yes, and that's why they need these medications, and that's why, we've been supplying them for over 7 years.
Yeah, but I'm not,
without event.
well, that's a pass. I feel more comfortable if there's.
I will do my best to get you that, Dr. Dang. I will do my best. I don't know if there is a side-by-side comparison, but I will do my best to get that for you.
Let's do this. If don't send any direct communication to just Mr. Dang. Let's send it to the board. Yeah. Okay.
I understand.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the record.
Yes.
Ms. Walmsley, were you going to ask a question?
Just a point of clarification, really. So Mr. Blair, I think where we're at today is, I think we want to try and find a way to say yes. We just want to make sure that we cover all of our bases. So we'd like a little bit more time to look at this. It's my understanding, based on what you said before, these products are still available for the zoos in the United States utilizing your Wyoming permit. So there's not going to be any lapse in product by us, delaying this by 2 months, but we want to make sure that we're thoroughly considering everything. This is a request that we've never had before. So we just want to make sure that we cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's. These are very potent substances, and we just want to make sure that they're that we're appropriately considering it.
Okay, I understand.
So I'll make a motion to table for additional information. Board staff can work with Mr. Blair on the additional information we've requested and give Ms. Galvin the time to do some additional legal research. So that's my motion.
Second, Member Thorwald.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Blair.
Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
17A, I'm going to table to the next meeting based off some information that ED received, and then we'll go from there. 31E through H is at hand. Ms. Kionavong, is there any certain times? Are they scheduled for all day? Do you want to direct me somewhere else before I go there?
No, they're scheduled for all day.
Okay, so let's go and we'll pick up at 31A. I have no idea why I said that. 31E 22-0464 Vista Farm, permit number M001906. If we have representatives for Vista Farm, if you would please identify yourself and your name and position with the permit.
I did see them earlier, Mr. Chair, just looking through the list.
Thank you.
They are there. I'll ask them to unmute, Mr. Chair.
Hello,
Hi, we can hear you.
hi, this is Jennifer Schneider from State License Servicing. How are you all today?
We're doing good. Thank you. What was your last name?
Schneider?
Schneider. Ms. Schneider, what's your position with the company?
Actually, I am their licensing representative, regulatory compliance, regulatory agent. I had filed the renewal in question on their behalf. They are on the call. I think they're just trying to figure out how to, I think they need to just unmute.
Okay,
there's-
Ms. Schneider, what we'll do is I'm going to get a summary of the case by Ms. Dodge, and then we'll come back to you and team. You've identified yourself, but we'll have them do that if they're going to speak, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Vista Farm applied for a manufacturer permit in October of 2021. The applicant disclosed discipline from Florida Board of Pharmacy and pending discipline from the Missouri Board of Pharmacy. However, the applicant failed to disclose the 2021 DOJ case that resulted in a settlement agreement. This agreement was signed and executed on January 19th, 2021, and should have been disclosed on the application that was dated October 28th, 2021. The DOJ settlement agreement alleges that Vista Farm committed 916 violations of the Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention Act of 1970. The agreement required Vista Farm to pay the United States $325,000 and to sign a memorandum of agreement between Vista Farm and the DEA, among other stipulations. Vista Farm responded to the complaint stating that this was a clerical error and that at the time of the application, they did not believe the matter constituted formal discipline. After the renewal, staff also found discipline from the Ohio Board of Pharmacy. This was not disclosed on the renewal application dated October 28th, 2021. It appears it became effective on February 23rd, 2022. It is unknown if that was pending at the time of the renewal, so whether or not they needed to disclose it.
Okay, thank you. Go back to Ms. Schneider. Do we have anybody else? Are you, so, and also, are you an agency that's contracted with to do licensing?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have somebody from the permit also?
Yeah, they are on the call. We have Walter Ayala and Ivan Cartagena. They're both muted right now. Walter is listed as the docket number. And Ivan's on. I think.
Yes, I'm Ivan. I'm the general manager of the site.
Okay, welcome to the meeting.
You're welcome.
Okay, would you like to make a comment, Mr. Cartagena?
Well, in regards to the not report of the MOU, right? Then one of the things, right, that we always, right, without fail disclose any discipline, right? There was really a miscommunication between the state licenses services company, right, and our council, who believed that it was not really, discipline, and failed to let SLS know, right, about it, so we could notify the boards and include this as a disclosure going forward with all filings, right? SLS always disclose everything, and there was really, a lack of communication in that sense, right? There's no really harm to any patient when explaining really this circumstances, right? And again, there was really a miscommunication between SLS and the council, who did not really understand that everything needs to be reported.
And if I can interject, we did immediately report once there was a signed agreement. We sent Arizona a copy of the MOU, the agreement for settlement, as well as the underlying complaint that was a few years before. It was an ongoing investigation. They did have a person internally that was not filling out the DEA 222s. They did have a problem internally as well with their SAP system with inventory. So it was being addressed. Unfortunately, we didn't know about it, SLS, so that we could disclose it. But as soon as that agreement was reached, we did we notified all the boards, and we included it going forward. So we do, unfortunately, the attorney, who we always have to defer to an attorney, told us that it was not discipline that we had to worry about, that it was not couched as discipline. What clients need to understand, that even boards will offer to settle a matter and place on the closing, the document closing the issue. This is not considered discipline, and every other board does, consider it. We consider anything, investigations, anything as discipline, and Vista Farm is aware of this as well. Vista Farm is under new ownership. This was under the old ownership as well. So there were lessons learned with the DEA. New SOPs were put in place, especially with the DEA 222s, and the SAP was revamped as well to make sure that there were no discrepancies in inventory as well. There was no diversion, and there was no harm to patient. Also, they're a very good client. They've been a client of ours for years. So, and SLS, our production team, everything is placed in our system, and it doesn't go out unless discipline is attached to every filing. And in this case, the attorney didn't feel as though he needed to let us know about it with the previous owners. So there was no nothing nefarious here, and everybody reports everything. So.
Well, we didn't in this case. I just feel like, if I was slapped with a $325,000 fine and 916 violations, it might cross my mind in filling out an application, and that's more of a statement. The other thing that I would want to ask you about and give the permit holder a chance to speak to is, what were the 900 plus 222 deficiencies?
Well, in regards to the deficiencies, is the nature of our business, right? That we have different buildings, right, from one, right, location to another, where we are using different license, right? The manufacturing license transferring to a distribution license from one building to another, right? We learned that, right, during that particular, right, inspection, that we can only use the manufacturing license to transfer product from one building to another, right? There were nothing really related with, right, the issue of deficiency of diversion. Reality was really improper use of the licenses, right? During that, they provided us that recommendation, and we implemented that right away. But they captured that really issue with the 222s, because we were not really using a transfer product from one license to another while we're transferring material between buildings.
The state of Florida allows the intracompany transfer. So if you have they have a manufacturing plant that's very close to their warehouse, and the warehouse is used for the distribution, so they hold product back and forth, which is allowed by the state of Florida.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, they transferred C2 prescriptions back and forth without a accompanying 222 or without accompanying transfer?
No,
think it
with
was
the
C3 or
222, but
C4.
switching licenses, right, from distribution to manufacturing. No, but we always use the 222.
And I think what was found at the other location was C3 or C4. I'd have to look at the underlying complaint, but I think that's what the findings were.
Ms. Galvin, is this MOU, first off, before I ask this question, is this MOU confidential? Or settlement agreement, or is it public?
Ivan, is that confidential, that agreement, settlement agreement?
That was my question for legal counsel, not for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The first page appears to be.
I do know that how I had found it was online,
Okay.
the allegations online. So I don't know
Okay.
that I found the actual.
It does not.
Okay, so on page 2 of the settlement agreement, which is page for board members, 4301 of our book, it states in here that there were 916 violations, as Mr. Leba pointed out, of the act. 908 violations for failure to produce requested Form 222s and DEAs, and 6 violations for failure to account for variations of 6 of the 8 controlled substances. So is what you're saying that you couldn't produce the 222s, or you weren't using the 222s? I was hearing before from Mr. Cartagena that you were not even completing the 222s when transferring them between entities that were commonly.
No. We were, let me correct here. No, we were issuing 222s. We were completing 222s, but we were transferring from one license to another. And they found that not correct, right? But we always issue 222s. Yeah.
But that's not what this settlement agreement says. It says that you couldn't produce the 222s.
At the time of the inspection, right, then we can, Jennifer, I don't know what do you want really to answer on this, because at the time of inspection, we reproduce everything, right? They review all the documents that they came back with this, and we reproduce everything and provided to them all the information.
From what I understand, the 222s had discrepancies. They contacted the person at Vista Farm. This was a few years ago. They weren't filled out correctly from what I understand, but I don't know, I wasn't there. And again, I think the line items were the DEA 222s were not filled out correctly. They were missing information. So it wasn't like they weren't there. It was just that they weren't done properly, and they had to make sure that they had all the information on them. And then unfortunately, there was also a problem with the SAP system.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, so I have a question for Ms. Snyder. Of those 222 forms that were not filled out correctly, do you recall the exact quantity?
I think it was, there were a lot of them.
I think the permit holder should answer. I really do, because you did the
I'm
licensing.
sorry.
you were
Yeah,
there,
I don't
so-
know the answer to that. I'm gonna leave that for Ivan and.
No, in reality, I don't have really the information in front of me, guys, right then. I probably would need, right, to bring some support for
So
this, right?
The reason I asked that question was because I understand that not a lot of people are familiar with the completion of the 222 forms. One form or two forms that were filled out incorrectly, that is acceptable, but multiple forms that were not filled out correctly, that's what I'm concerning with.
Now,
For the
there
permit
was
holder, hang on one second, for the permit holder to answer, are you on probation with the state you are currently in or with the DOJ right now?
As far as I know, we are not in probation.
That's not a very confident answer. You mean there's a chance you might not know?
Well, sir, I don't have really the answer for this.
They are not on probation. I know that for a fact. I can get an email from the board.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, I don't think we got the right people on the call. We have a permit holder that's not able to answer questions. And Ms. Schneider, you are trying to circulate through this the best you can, but you are not even an employee and weren't there when this took place. So I'm not, board members, I'm not comfortable moving forward. They can't even, there's just discrepancies. We've got missing 222s and we have somebody on the line saying here that there weren't. They were filled out wrong. Why doesn't it say they were filled out wrong then in the agreement? We don't know if we're on probation suspension. I'm not comfortable moving forward. So my advice, and I'll do a vote on this one, would be to table until we get the right people here at the table to answer the questions and get educated those people to answer the questions on what took place with this. Yes.
I would also like some additional information. I think where you're going is to table this till the next meeting, and I'm supportive of that. I feel like this is kind of a waste of time at this point in time because we can't get the answers that we need. I'd also like a copy of the most recent, I think this individual is, this company is located in Florida. I'd like a copy of the most recent Florida inspection.
Okay, Ms. Wamsley, was that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that. Board members, any conversation before vote? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
We will provide a written explanation as well as a copy of the inspection. I will get confirmation from the Florida State Board that as to their status and disciplinary history with Florida so that you can see that as well.
Okay, if that permit holder extends you to represent on their behalf, I guess that you can do that. I would highly recommend this permit holder comes to the table to answer the questions, not you. Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the change of ownership, some of the people that were there before are no longer there. So, I just wanted to let you know that.
No, I understand that, but if they want a permit, somebody that's currently there will show up with some answers.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. (31F), we have complaint 22-0340, La Paz Regional Hospital Pharmacy Permit Y002970. Zafar Jink, Omer Morales, Larry Sanders, Ryan Ruvo. And then Ms. Dodge, there you are already. Ms. Dodge is here to give us a summary. Before we get started, do I have representatives that are named in the conference?
Yes, we're on. My name is Zafar Gench. In the room with me, I also have Omar Morales Anigas and Ryan Ruvo. And I believe Larry Sanders is also on the call.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, what was your name again? Who introduced themselves in the beginning?
Zafar Gench.
Okay. All right, Elizabeth, could you give us a summary and then we'll come back to your group for a statement?
Okay, this will be a little bit difficult to summarize. I tried based on the grid provided, but so the grid kind of shows the complaint summary, and that was provided to the permit holder and all of the licensees involved as well. And that shows the summary of allegations and observations and then possible violations. There were 10 allegations, including a pharmacist working from Missouri was verifying and releasing prescriptions and medications to fill the Pyxis machine. From what was observed, it had occurred and has stopped. The second one was technicians and intern were working at the hospital pharmacy without a pharmacist being present. That did occur and has stopped from my observations. The third one was the tech and pharmacist stated that they had a waiver to allow remote verification via text messaging that had occurred but had stopped, and there was no waiver. All staff had keys to locked areas in the pharmacy. According to the director, the pharmacy keys are highly regulated by him and the PIC, and that has stopped. See here, compounding documentation was not being signed off by the pharmacist. They maintain an Excel sheet to document compounding. This was being entered in by the technician. It wasn't necessarily being entered in by the pharmacist, and that was difficult to decipher who was actually doing it. Another allegation was the tech trainee was compounding IVs on the weekend. I found no evidence that that was being done. Next allegation was paramedics are not being supplied on the weekends. I did not find that that was true. It was being done through the Pyxis machine. Another allegation was technicians are renewing prescriptions without a prescriber order. That did occur, but from what I was told, it has stopped. The main door to the pharmacy is unlocked while they are working. I did not observe that during the complaint investigation. And then the last allegation was the intern accessed the Pyxis C2 safe without a pharmacist on duty or in the hospital. And from my investigation, it had occurred, but it has stopped.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Okay, for the representatives today representing the permit and named in the conference, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, and if you don't mind, I'll go through a bit of each one of these just to make touch comments on all of these. So the first one where we had it that we had a out-of-state pharmacist working to verify orders. The thought originally with that was during the weekends we would have the pharmacist remotely verify orders and do remote order verification. So that was a process that we had going on for about a month or so. When we found out that that was not allowed, we stopped, terminated doing that process immediately at that point. With the second one where we had the technicians working in the unsupervised area of the pharmacy, we have a area over in the pharmacy where when you walk into the pharmacy, it's a strictly clerical area. So just access to computers, and then each of the various stores to medication rooms are locked with separate keys with that. So it was my understanding on the initial side that I can have the technicians working on the weekends doing clerical duties, doing charges, doing various billing processes with that going forward, and where that would be okay since there was no access to any medications with that. After conversations with Mrs. Dodge, it was explained to me that that's still part of the area of the pharmacy. So that's where we terminated that process immediately of having anybody having that ability to go into that area. But that was something that in the thought process with going on at that particular time. And then that would also go to statement 4 where the staff had access to the main pharmacy. That's going to be to the main pharmacy where the clerical area was, but not access to any of the other where the medications were. All those items, all those keys were confiscated from that particular point, so that only pharmacist has abilities to get into even the clerical area at that particular point. From, I guess, going back to statement 3, talking about a waiver, I think that was just a statement written by the complainant. There was no waiver that I'd mentioned on that front. From complaint 5, where it talked about compounding documentation was not signed off with the pharmacist. So with all IV medications, or really with any compounded medications, it's always verified initially on CPOE through the order verification. The label's always signed by the pharmacists themselves, and then that label, that pharmacist is inside the Excel document, what Mrs. Dodge was discussing. We're looking into various systems to even up our ability to have that further computer documentation with that. We're looking into a few of the video surveillance systems where you have to sign off on each step of that processing. So that's currently a work in progress, but it's currently being done through the Excel to get the information pulled up afterward. Number 6, where it talks about the any trainings doing compounding, that is inaccurate with that, where RNs do the after hours compounding procedure for immediate use needed compounding medications. For the number 7, where it talked about supplying paramedics on the weekends, we have the paramedic supply through the PIXA system, where we get a form, verify what they took out the form, what was used, and ensure that they have a physician signature on that. Number 8 is where it talked about a renewal of a Lopinox order by a technician. And what we found out what happened here, it looks like that there, it wasn't a renewal, but more extension of a soft stop. So we have a soft stop that are built into our system with that, usually with anticoagulants, I think it's 3 days. With this particular case, the RN already gave it where our technician, but they could not document that they gave it because the soft stop already occurred. So the technician extended that soft stop to allow the documentation of it for that. Since then, we try to look into our system, see if we can exclude that ability, because we don't want the ability to extend any soft stop, especially from our technicians on that front. So we try to look in our system, try to stop any of that. Right now, our current EMR is not able to do that. So education for all of our pharmacy staff, but especially all the technicians, has been completed to make sure that that is not allowed and is never allowed on that portion. And we're also looking at trying to change our EMR, with that being one of the highlighted points that we're going to be looking at to make sure cases like that doesn't happen in the future. Point 9 is where we have the pharmacy main door unlocked while working. We use a padlock, a 4-digit key lock during the business hours when employees come in and out, that we always do have it locked on that particular point. The point 10, where we had a pharmacy intern do the supply of medications, of a controlled medications, while there's no pharmacist there. So after discussion with this, that did take place. What happened with this was a pharmacy, the after-hour process was being followed by the nursing staff, and the nursing was looking to refill some of the medications. Throughout that time, the nursing staff was saying that they were low on some of those medications, and the intern wanted to help out the nursing staff and fill those particular areas. They went ahead and they did go fill the medications, do the video conference with the pharmacist who was working on the weekends, and they did okay that. Once found out that this process was going on and that this did happen, quite a bit of education was done for the pharmacist who was involved with verification on all fronts, that the remote verification of those type of orders are never allowed, was done from the pharmacy intern at that particular time, of knowing not going into any sort of pharmacy areas. medication areas where, or really anywhere in the pharmacy without a pharmacist being there, how that's never allowed. But really doing a whole wide, hospital-wide education for the nursing staff and anybody who has access to the after-hour process for all the RNs and all the leadership for the hospital of how the nursing, if they're needing medications after hours, how they are not allowed to allow anybody else into the pharmacy area who is not deemed permissible with that after-hour access that we're allowed to. So those items did happen. We tried our best to fix those issues immediately when they happened, but there were definitely areas of opportunity on the front end.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Dodge, can you just verify something for me? Whether it was the clerical area in the front of the pharmacy or however that worked, or inside the pharmacy, were technicians and interns in both of those areas without regard to having a pharmacist on duty?
So what we figured out had happened is, yes, they were in this, there is this kind of hallway area where they have the computers, no drugs are stored. And the other, the room where the drugs are stored is locked. And then the controls are, the C2s are under a Pyxis machine in that locked room. So in the area that they were having access to, there weren't drugs, but it is part of the pharmacy. What we think happened was, well, what we figured out happened was when Omar was in that area and the nursing staff came in, because it was after hours and there was no pharmacist on duty, they were accessing that area per the protocol, but they were allowing Omar to go in there, and then he was accessing that to fill the Pyxis machines.
Okay, Zafar Jink was the pick and director allowing technicians to work inside the pharmacy without? But I hear maybe the director of nursing or nursing staff did, but was the pick allowing the practice?
Yes, however, like he was explaining, he thought that area in the first part of the pharmacy, because there was no drugs there and the other areas were locked, that it would be okay if they came into that area.
Okay.
My understanding was that they were trying to keep it going until Omar could get licensed, because they weren't able to have a pharmacist on the weekends and they wanted to make sure that everybody had their hours still. So I don't think it was out of trying to they weren't doing any pharmacy work. They were doing billing, that kind of a thing. And he can go into details on that. It did stop immediately when we went over the square footage, that there was no way to exclude that area from the pharmacy. It is part of the pharmacy.
So just to make sure they were not entering any prescription orders, processing any orders.
Not that I'm aware of and not that I observed or could find.
Okay. And then for the question for the pick and the director, tell me how you think you have a waiver when you don't. I just need to understand that.
No, it was never said that we did have a waiver. So I think that was something that was made by the complainant originally, but it was not something that I stated.
It was an allegation by the complainant.
Okay.
Nothing that I observed. There was definitely not a waiver from the board. Obviously, I wasn't involved when the complainant is saying that was said to her or him, but I don't know. But I couldn't find any evidence that that occurred.
Was any patient protected health information transmitted via text message to this pharmacist in Missouri?
So it was over personal phone, so I don't have access to that. From my understanding is that's how they were doing it. I don't know what was disclosed in their text messages or pictures or videos, whatever they were doing. I know he was approving them, and compounded prescriptions, that was my understanding as well. They were doing all of that, and so I'm not sure. I would guess so.
Regardless, they weren't licensed as a remote pharmacy and they weren't following the requirements of a remote pharmacy. Text messaging via pictures or messages, whatever, is not a HIPAA compliant system. It wouldn't meet all of the requirements of our law. So just pointing that out.
Nor was there a shared service agreement.
This is Larry Sanders. Can I interject something here?
Sure.
I think it's a misunderstanding to think that I am a Missouri pharmacist working as a shared services. I'm actually a hospital employee, and I have access to the hospital software via a secure VPN, and then, of course, a secure access to the CPSI pharmacy information system. So it wasn't shared over open media. I did do remote order verification, but according to my understanding of the statute, and I'll give you the number, you know it, Title 4, Chapter 23, Article 6, Section R423-621, shared services. What I did doesn't really fit the definition of shared services. Paragraph F specifically states that all of those shared services requirements do not apply to employees, of which I am. In fact, as last year, I've spent over 1,100 hours on site still providing staff pharmacist coverage. So the remote orders that I looked at and remote activities were not over open media. It wasn't something that was text to me essentially. And so
Larry,
the whole shared services thing, I really don't know, at least it's my understanding that
shared services is between permit holders. It's not between a permit holder and individuals. So we're not saying that you were doing shared services. I think what I was wondering as you were talking was you talked about VPN and all of that. However, how were you verifying those prescriptions? Were you verifying via text?
Help me out here.
Yeah. So the answer is no. So what he was talking about with the VPN connection is that we have a VPN connection that allows him access over to our hospital computerized system. So with that, he's able to, at that particular time, he was able to remotely on-site in his laptop, able to get into our hospital system to verify those orders that come over on CPOE.
Define CPOE for me, and what does that give him the ability to do?
It's our EMR system. Computer physician order entry system.
How does the pharmacist know what was labeled and dispensed that is correct? How do they know it's correct?
So at during the time when that this was happening, it wasn't any medications being dispensed out of there. It's strictly for the order verification of new orders coming in. So it's not for dispensing of those medications. It's strictly for the verification of orders that are coming in.
So I think that's my issue is there were prescriptions that were dispensed, including compounded prescriptions, and how they were being verified. Again, your response said that you verified them. I'm wondering how they were verified before Omar put them into the Pyxis machine, and then also compounded prescriptions after they were compounded and then dispensed.
Thank you for that question. The medications that were compounded from the nursing staff were already orders that were verified. So they would only compound those ones with that. So it's strictly the nursing staff who was doing the compounding of the of the compounds with that. What was being done was just refilling of the Pyxis. And that was done, I believe, either through text with that, or FaceTime, or other phone services with that, of refilling of the medications into the Pyxis.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin.
Kevin, go ahead.
So I have a question for Mr. Morales. I am very familiar with your current practice. The question that I have for you is, how would you handle those medications that are not being dispensed from Pyxis? As an example, let's say the physician input an order, a bulk item for one of the patients, but that bulk item is stocked inside the pharmacy. So when the technician grabbed that bulk item and affix the label on that bulk item, how would Larry verify that bulk item? Is it through FaceTime or explain that to us?
Let me just take a step back and explain the process overall, because I feel like we're not very clear on what the process is. So what happens is, so we're doing two things. We have what's called after hours or after hours access to pharmacy, which means when a pharmacist is not there, the charge nurse grabs the keys from the fixes, goes into the pharmacy, grabs the stuff, and grabs whatever they need. They sign now on the sheet that we keep for anybody that accesses the pharmacy after hours, and they can take that medication with them. So for stuff like that, where it requires anything that requires a label itself, it's an order that came in through the computer from the doctor. The pharmacist verifies it, then it goes to the nurse for the nurse to grab the medication. If it requires a label, the nurse uses what's called the after hours procedures. So they go and grab that medication themselves. Larry did not approve or verify any type of orders that require labeling. It was strictly refill, meaning that at 6 in the morning, our Pyxis machine prints this list of what we need to refill, and that's what I was using. It was not used for any type of compounding, any type of labeling where it require a medication to be taken from the pharmacy to the nurse. Anything that requires Larry to be there with the label was not done. It was strictly refill only. Not sure if that answers, but I can elaborate on anything that you want me to elaborate.
I think I understand. Ms. Dodge, can you confirm that's accurate?
That was not what I was told during my inspection.
Expand
So
on
I
that.
was told that compounding was being done, and I think that's why the allegation of the trainee was compounding came up. And I think that's what we discussed, and I discussed that with you, Omar.
Yeah, actually, so Mrs. Dodge, pardon me for that. I'm really not trying to, but what I'm looking for that one. So what the compounding itself, there was no I promise you, there's no compounding that was done during that time. We actually discussed that, and I'm not trying to, obviously say anything of anybody, but we did discuss that there was no compounding during the time. What the issue was the compounding log itself. So that one was brought up to me. The compounding itself was not brought up as an issue. There was no compounding during the weekend. Because what happens is, if let's say they need a remdesivir, one of the most common things that was happening during that time, they start remdesivir. All of this is in the Pyxis. The nurses grab those medications and can compound themselves for immediate use. So there was zero compounding during the weekend when there was no pharmacist present. So if there was something else, I apologize, but I promise you there was no compounding during that time.
And the difficult part was his records that they have for compounding are very loose in that they can edit them and change them and delete them. So they keep it all on an Excel sheet. The pharmacist isn't the one that puts their initials in there. It's the technician that puts the pharmacist's initials in there. And that's part of her allegation, or an allegation involved. But so they could be deleted. It wasn't easy to gather that information. All of the information is in there that as required, but it's easy to manipulate.
And this is Zafir again, which is also one of the things that Ms. Dodge definitely brought up with the weaknesses of using a Excel spreadsheet. That's where we're looking into multiple other systems to help tighten that process. But it was definitely a great area for improvement that Mrs. Dodge did find to make sure nothing like that does happen.
Ms. Dodge, I believe your inspection for this was back in late June. Have you been back to this facility?
I have not.
Okay, I was just curious if you've seen any of these improvements that they've talked about, but okay.
Mr. Chair, I have another question.
Go ahead.
So this is for Omar. I understand that according to Joint Commission, it is permissible for nursing staff to mix IV drugs. So I'm not questioning about that. In the event on the weekend, when you run out of anti-liquid antibiotics or lead gel solution, who would handle those? Are the nurses mixing the Lecho, or are the nurses mixing the antibiotic solutions? Let's say,
Okay,
the
so when,
non-IV products.
right. So on the weekend, so during those weekends that we practiced with the pharmacist not being present, there was no compounding that I was aware of. Now, if they were gonna be using, let's say, like in your case, a Vanco that maybe had to be diluted and all that good stuff, that is verified by the pharmacist through our CPO services that we talked about, through the VPN, so they have access to all those EMRs and all that. They verify it, and then it goes to the nurse for the nurse to know that it was verified, and then the nurse can pull all of that is available in the Pyxis. So they'll go into the Pyxis and pull the individual. So in this case, a Vanco 1 grammer, which are premixes that we have. But let's say if it was something that they needed to actually compound, they will get the Vanco. They have the actual sterile water, and then the mini bag.
But I'm talking about the non-IV product. Let's say over the weekend, the doctor ordered a Vanco oral medication for C. diff patient. In those cases, technician would have to compound the oral Vanco and then it get routed to the pharmacist for verification. Nursing staff are not allowed to compound oral medications.
Yeah, you're talking non-sterile?
Non-sterile.
We don't compound any non-sterile products, and it's actually in our policies.
Well, no.
Maybe I'm missing the question. I apologize.
So let's make it clear. Nursing staff are allowed to mix IV products during the weekends or off hours. How would you guys handle the non-IV products? If a suspension is needed or an oral medication, oral liquid medication is needed, or even a lead gel solution is needed, how would you guys handle those?
So I apologize. So essentially, if there's any, I'm not aware of anything like that we even done, but if any medication that's needed, they just utilize the after hours procedure and they go into the pharmacy and grab what they.
I'm sorry.
Pardon.
So your question is, say with Vanco PO needing to do that. So I actually was not aware that nursing staff was not able to dilute the Vanco PO. So that I don't know if that was done during that time period or not, but that would have been done by the nursing staff at that particular time. That wasn't something that I was aware of. So if there were any Vanco POs, which is probably our main one that we would have been diluting, it would have been done during the nursing staff.
The nursing staff are not permissible. They're not permitted to mix those non-IV products in the hospital setting.
That was not something I was aware of. So great point with that. And I think really from this point going forward now we can, but that was definitely a miss by my part with thinking about that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Question, Omer, when you were an intern, did you have access to the Pyxis C2 safe without a pharmacist on duty? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And Zafri, were you the pick at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Okay, board members, any questions?
Thoughts, questions?
Okay.
Well, it seems like they've been trying to make some improvements. I still have concerns about the level of knowledge potentially here. And this is just the starting point of thoughts of emotion. I'm leaning towards that we need probably some sort of probation here. There definitely seems like there's some education that could be a benefit for the PIC. Probably even Mr. Morales is a new pharmacist. So definitely thinking we probably need to go down the line of some sort of probation with a reinspection, just starting point of a motion there, but it's certainly open to other feedback from the board members.
I think you're right. And I'd be in favor of probation for the permit.
Yes.
And then, and you said this, and then I would be in favor of going down the line and addressing the others is what I think we need to do. There's too many people named.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So looking at these violations, I can see that quite a few of these are also could be potentially violations set forth by Joint Commission as well. So in addition to the probation, my recommendation to the hospital, to La Paz Regional Hospital Administration is to hire consultants. So for better guidance on how to operate remote pharmacies. If there are consultants out there, firms,
And they're not a remote pharmacy, you mean a rural setting?
rural pharmacy, yes, or micro hospitals.
It could also be included as a part of the order, correct, Ms. Galvin? If we wanted them to hire a consultant?
Yes, it could.
How long of probation are you thinking?
I'm thinking similar to what we did yesterday, 6 months, or upon completion of a successful inspection.
I also see, I'm
Ms.
guessing.
Galvin Ms. Galvin has concern with that. I can tell.
If you are going to require them to hire consultants to come in and advise, 6 months is not a very
Sufficient.
long time in
Okay.
my experience.
I agree.
I would also say in the past, we've typically looked at the violations and I see at least 5, maybe 6. I would think it'd be appropriate for $100 fine per violation as well.
I would say higher, Ms. Nair, than $100. Because these are also Joint Commission violations as well, not just for pharmacy.
For the permit holder, are you joint commissioned? certified?
I'm sorry for speaking over. We're HVAP certified. ACHC, another accredited body.
So Kevin, I'm not sure joint commission is required, is it?
They are similar though. They're very similar because a lot of these hospital practice guidelines are set forth by CMS.
But an organization could choose to participate in either one or not to.
Yeah, correct.
I think we really can name that. Ms. Galvin, any comment? Okay. Okay, so Lori, what I'm hearing from you is a year probation with up to a fine for each of the violations for the permit that are pertinent and founded on the grid that's in front of us from Ms. Dodge, and a re-inspection at the cost of the permit holder.
Mhm.
Am I hearing that? And is that what we're going towards? Because you mentioned consultant, you mentioned re-inspection earlier. Is that?
I don't know that I feel strongly that the consultant needs to be in there. I think they certainly could benefit from that. We saw a great example of a case yesterday where a pharmacy hired a consultant and did a lot of work. And I think Mr. Hyper said it was an example of a great success story. So I think that there's certainly a benefit there. I know that there's also a huge cost to that too. So whatever they need to do to get up to be within our appropriate standards, I don't know that we need to include the consultant in the order. But yes, in general, that's where I'm going.
I think a consultant could be appropriate. I just see there's I don't have confidence in their knowledge at this point.
So somebody want to make a motion?
I was just going to speak actually to that. I suppose too, if they went the way of not having a consultant, if they didn't have a successful reevaluation, then we would know that too.
I'm with Ms. Snare on this one. I think we got some gaps here that need to be filled in. I'd make a motion only for the permit holder to have a $500 fine per violation, to be on probation 1 year during that period of time, to have a reinspection at the cost of the permit, and to seek out a consultant to help advise on the compliance and operations of the day-to-day hospital pharmacy. And that's just for the permit.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Any conversation or clarification needed?
Would you want to hear from that consultant as far as any initial observations and a final report? Any guidance provided?
I was to the point of Ms. Lehan that the consultant would help get them there, in my opinion, and that's why the year would be appropriate.
Mr. President, this is Ted
So
Tong.
Ms. Dodge may be waiting to do the re-inspection until the consultant's been there and had a chance to advise. And then if they pass the inspection without violations, that's a marker of success. Mr. Tong,
Can we ask that a consultant be identified in 3 months? But, I think that needs to be done quickly, so we have a year to work on it. That we would be advised who your consultant is and when to begin work with you.
I mean, ultimately, they're gonna have to come back to us to have their probation lifted. We're gonna have an inspection. So it would serve them well to make sure that they do this as soon as possible.
Yes, yeah,
I don't know, just my thought.
yeah. I thought by putting a time on it would make it move quicker. You need to do that.
And Mr. Chair, I think Dr. Tom brings up a great point. We should maybe set some timeline
Sure.
parameters and not leave it open-ended for them.
okay, I'll amend to within a 60-day period of time.
I agree. 60 days.
I amend my second.
Okay, any other conversation? Good suggestion. Dr. Gandhi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
I,
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, board members, let's go to Zafar Jink.
I'll
They-
take a stab.
Yep, thank you.
I would be in favor of 9 hours of disciplinary CE in pharmacy law with 3 hours of it being in federal controlled substance law specifically.
I think I would as well. And the key term there was disciplinary.
Within what period of time?
Standard terms 90 days. If no other discussion, that can be my motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Team, moving on to Omer Morales.
This is my thought, Mr. Chair. I
Mhm.
think we for Omar 9 hours of CE. It's very similar to Zafar. That's my thought.
I'm not sure that am supportive of Omar's CE being disciplinary. He was an intern at the time. He hadn't taken the MPJE. So he was working as instructed from his pharmacy director and PIC. He had a reasonable, we have a reasonable expectation that he should have known that pharmacists should be present, but the remote supervision seems like it was explained to him as being compliant, which it wasn't, but he didn't necessarily know that.
I 100% agree with everything you said, Tennille. I would be supportive of non-disciplinary CE for Mr. Morales.
Marrying the same type of CE, I would agree. Is that a motion?
Yes, I'll make that my motion.
Do I have a second? Have a motion, a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Sanders, I do feel like this crosses the lines of disciplinary for what did take place. Mr. Sanders was working on residents of Arizona in a non-licensed permit, but I'll open it up there for conversation.
I think we should just do what we did for Mr. Zafar Janik. The same 9 hours of CE, law CE, 3
Second,
in federal, and for it to be disciplinary. 90 days with standard terms.
Is that your motion?
It's my motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
second that.
And I have a second. Dr. Gondi?
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Last, Ryan Ruvo, technician that entered the pharmacy with the nursing staff. Ms. Dodge, just confirm that for me real quick. It wasn't. Ryan Ruvo was the technician that entered under the nursing staff and worked in the pharmacy.
No, that was Omar. Ryan was the technician that renewed the enoxaparin.
Okay, thank you.
However, clarification, according to your grid, that is permissible.
No.
No,
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
What it looked like is that there was an order that was for 0900, but they needed to administer it late.
And he was Zephyr, I always say his name wrong. He was talking about that earlier about there was an order and the nurse had already given it. And they are trying to work on putting a hard halt where the technician is not able to do that. Their policy is not to do that. The technician cannot renew an order. It's the pharmacist that can do it. I think they're trying to work on limiting it in their computer system, from my understanding of what he provided in his response and what he said today.
I think I see where my head was here. It says pharmacy technician involved with allegation number 7, but that it's actually allegation number 8.
Yes.
Okay.
So Ms. Dodge, just real quick for me, what did this technician violate?
So he renewed an order without a prescription. So he
Okay.
just renewed it. And from what they explained today was that it was an order that the nurse had already given. That wasn't explained to me before, but regardless, they need an actual order from the prescriber to do that, to proceed like that. A technician should not be able to just renew an order.
Okay. I'd be in favor of 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE for the technician, and the permit holder needs to get that fixed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so this technician evidently was engaged in an unlawful act because he performed pharmacist duty by renewing the medication. Yesterday, we heard a case where 2 technicians also did similar thing, dispensing med without the pharmacist verification. So at least I would be in favor of disciplinary action rather than non-disciplinary action.
And I'll let the board members weigh in, Mr. Dang, but I'm not positive that there is a little bit of a difference in that the technician today was supervised by a pharmacist. The previous was not supervised by pharmacist.
In my opinion, regardless, this particular technician should not have engaged in any of the pharmacist duties.
Board members?
Was there a collaborative practice agreement that they worked under by any chance?
No.
Mr. President, I'm in favor of your suggestion of 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE as well.
Is that in law?
Yes.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Ms. Nair, I'd be interested in your opinion.
I'm a little torn. I understand what Mr. Dang is saying. But I do see there's so much confusion here. I think I'm just in favor of your suggestion. Mr.
Okay,
Leba.
having heard that, I will make that my motion. Have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 1 nay noted by Dr. Dang. Okay, I'm going to pause here. Board staff and Ms. Galvin, did I hit everything that needs to be hit to conclude this complaint?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you for your time today. Board staff will be in contact with you. It is 12:01. We'll break for lunch till 1 o'clock and we'll come back and pick up with the remaining agenda items. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Dr. Gandhi, will you start with a roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Dang? Mr. Dang? Ms. Davis?
Present.
Ms. Lehan?
Present.
Ms. Walmsley?
Present.
Mr. Tong?
Present.
Mr. Thorwald?
Here.
Ms. Snare?
Here.
Mr. Dang? We'll keep an eye out for him, Mr. President.
Here's, all right. So do we have everyone now?
I think Mr. Dang just joined.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll note that for the record.
All right. So I want to jump to tab 38, election of officers. And I have really enjoyed being the board president, and I'm grateful for the opportunity and thankful. I am starting something new. I'm going to be moving to Colorado in probably June. I will serve at the governor's pleasure until then, or until a new person is appointed. But I just like to say with a lot of gratitude and a full heart for the opportunity to do this over the last year, and I've really enjoyed it. So with that, I will pause and we will have you can ask questions, or we can have nominations. And Dr. Gandhi, I'll ask you to facilitate that, whether we go with president, vice president, however we do that.
I think Mr. Chair would just accept a board member to nominate somebody, or they can put their name in a hat, and we can see where the chips fall after that.
Dr. Gandhi, this is Kevin.
Yes, Mr. Dang.
I would like to nominate Ms. Walmsley for our board's president for this year.
Second that.
Okay, do we have any other nominations?
We want to see if she accepts.
So that's the next question. Ms. Walmsley, do you accept the nomination?
I would be happy to accept the nomination and am very humbled by the nomination. Thank you.
Is this-
Okay,
is this
so-
disciplinary?
I don't know, Cam, is it?
I'm going to abstain from voting right off the bat, but I'll facilitate the discussion. So I have a nomination for Ms. Walmsley for president. Do I have any others? Okay, let's do a roll call. How about that?
Sounds good, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba, you indicated you're abstaining. Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one abstain.
Okay, I think that is the first time I've ever abstained in my years. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's move on to vice president nominations.
I would like to make a nomination. I feel like Ms. Davis brings a lot to the table here with our compounding and whatnot, and seeing the way that she stepped in and took over those couple of recusals the other day. I would like to nominate her for vice chair.
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any others? Ms. Davis, are you willing to accept?
I do accept, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, Dr. Gandhi.
Okay, Mr. Leba,
Abstain.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
I must comment, much easier than electing president and vice president.
Much cleaner process. All right. Okay, congratulations. 31F.
Actually, before we go on, I just want to mention what a fantastic job you've done as president, and thank you for all of your time and dedication. I know it does not go unnoticed by the citizens of Arizona. So Joe, thank you. Sad that you'll be leaving our board probably sooner than any of us would have wished, but certainly wish you all of the best in your future endeavors, and we'll personally miss working with you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very grateful. Appreciate it. Okay.
with that.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lowell. Okay, 31F, La Paz Regional Hospital Pharmacy Permit Y 002970. Oops.
We did already.
So much back. They're like, no, move on. Okay, 31G 22-0501. Phoenix ER and Medical Hospital Y 007340. And I believe we have, is the other one related?
I'll kind of give you my own opinion on
Okay,
that because
good.
there
Thank
is a slight difference.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's see, do we have representatives with Phoenix ER Medical Hospital Pharmacy?
Hello, yes, my name is Chad Helzer. I'm the current PIC of Phoenix ER and Medical Hospital, and I'm here with Jennifer Midget, our Chief Administrative Officer.
Okay, welcome to the meeting. Mr. Hyber, could you give us your opinion on taking the two together and also a summary of which one we take first?
Absolutely. Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer, good afternoon. The only reason why I'm concerned about combining them, they're a little bit different in the methodology that was used to conduct each investigation. So, you know, we want to be, I'm a little concerned with that. Also, we have a different lineup for respondents on 501 versus 519. And I checked with the compliance officer who did the 519 investigation. You know, she's no longer with the agency, but you know, her scope of her investigation didn't go as far back as mine. That's why I added an additional respondent. There's a lot of similarities between the two, but again, you know, I think we probably, you know, don't want to conflate with the one respondent in 501 who's not in the other one, or we could open ourselves up later to some issues.
I'd agree with you. Let's take them
Yeah.
separate.
Okay, so.
We'll go with 31G first, if that's okay.
Yeah, 501, that's good, okay. So the story for this begins with a call that I received. I received a call from an individual who indicated that the pharmacy may have been operating in a non-compliant manner. And one of the allegations was they didn't have a pharmacist in charge. And then the second one was the individual suspected that the pharmacy technician had been entering the pharmacy without a pharmacist being present. Now, remember, this is a hospital setting now. It's not a retail setting. So a couple of the normal tools that we would use, like a daily signature log, they're not required to have them in a hospital. So it did present a bigger challenge for the investigation. So it's one reason why it might have taken a little longer than normal. So in mid-July, former compliance officer Hess and myself, we visited first this pharmacy to gather some additional information, and then we went to the second one that was also involved. Both pharmacies obviously are under the same ownership. Okay, so that's the relationship there. And what we don't see a whole lot of is the pharmacist in charge was the pharmacist in charge for both facilities. Okay, and I think it'll be apparent when we get into this case. While that's not illegal, it's certainly probably not the best thing, especially if you know you've got issues and you're not in both places. You can't be in both places at once, and I think that's some of what has happened here. So when we visited that pharmacy, we met with the chief nursing officer and the current PIC that was in there, and the technician that was there. They only had one technician the whole time during all this. The PIC indicated that he had replaced the former PIC. And then during that visit, we observed access to the pharmacy because that was one of the complaints. We said, "Oh, show us how you can come and go, and you know, and show us your badge," because they had a magnetic lock type system. And they also had a door with a keyed lock. So they each demonstrated their ability to enter the pharmacy using their badges. And that was both the nurse, the chief nursing officer could get in, and same with the technician. The pharmacist that was there, PIC Kevin Farrell, his badge didn't work. Okay, for some reason it wasn't operational. So, you know, naturally I said, "Well, how are you getting in?" And he said, "Well, you know, he was using the key," because they did have a key to open the lock. After demonstration, we found out that really the key was really, it only turned the doorknob. That when it was locked, you could still get in using the badges. So right there, we identified, you know, it wasn't a secure pharmacy from the standpoint when the pharmacy was closed, anyone who had a badge could come back in if the pharmacist wasn't there. Of course, we didn't know that yet. We still had to verify that, but we were able to verify that the locking process, you know, under our rule wasn't completely compliant. So we issued a violation right then and there. We said, well, you know, tell us, you know, your thoughts, what you're going to do to fix it. And basically we got that response back. And it's in your packet if you want to look at it. In a nutshell, they just said, well, we're going to fix it. We didn't know, you know. All right. Before we left, we also sent a request. We said, hey, run us a report, because they did have a badge reader there. And we said, run us a report, you know, over the last month, you know, showing us who came and who went, you know, the date and time and all that. So we were fortunate enough to have that. And after reviewing that, you know, I discovered there were 6 possible entries into the pharmacy by the technician, either prior to a pharmacist entering that day, or there was no record of a pharmacist ever entering that day. All right. Oh, and I might note, when we were there, we asked that technician, we said, have you ever entered the pharmacy without the pharmacist working? And this is a quote. The quote was, no, I would not enter the pharmacy if no pharmacist was present. Okay. So we did have that. We didn't have anything in writing yet. We would get that later. Once we reviewed the report, we identified there was a former PIC, because, you know, Kevin Farrell was the PIC now. And there was a PIC, her name was Carol Welch. She was there during the time period of that preceding month. Excuse me. We could see the same activity happen when she was there. You know, she wasn't even there some days at all. And there were days where, you know, she came later, the technician had already entered, you know, or at least the badge reader showed that activity prior to her scanning in to the door. We sent responses out to former PIC Welch, and we also sent a response out to technician Quarles, and we got those responses back, and they're in your packet. You know, just to kind of give you a high level, PIC Welch was really just there to allow them to continue to operate the pharmacy. You know, I got the impression she never really went in all that much. So that really got us concerned that, you know, this technician was coming and going without anybody there in the hospital. There might have been some days, and there's no requirement for them to have a schedule. They were all salaried, so we didn't have time clocks to look at. But based upon the fact that the statements in there indicate, you know, she was consult, you know, for consult, almost gave the impression she was available by phone. So on paper, she was the PIC for both this one and the other complaint, but not really there a whole lot. In technician Quarles' response, he indicated now after we showed him the reports, he changed the story a little bit when it had to put it in writing. He said, well, I was instructed I could go in by the former PIC. This is the PIC that was there before Welch. Okay. This is PIC Chase Weston. And Quarles stated that, you know, that was normal for him to let him in, you know, if he wasn't there, because he might be over in the other hospital pharmacy. Okay, again, one person, 2 places, running back and forth. So at that point, we ran additional reports because I wanted to expand it back into the time frame before Welch started as PIC. And we discovered some additional, you know, entries that we thought looked like there wasn't a pharmacist there. So then we reached out to Weston, we got his response. His response is in there. And, you know, I noted one thing that really got me interested. Weston stated he would start the day in a nursing station to see how the night went. Then if there were any problems in any department that needed to be addressed, Quarles would always find Weston prior to entering the pharmacy. Weston stated that Quarles sometimes entered first due to Quarles walking a little bit faster and badging into the pharmacy just before Weston. And then we got a response from the permit holder. The permit holder acknowledged that they had issues with security, obviously, and they reiterated that they have a policy that, you know, only the pharmacist has to be there before anyone enters. And they've remedied that. And, you know, also lastly, the pharmacy did operate approximately 6 days from 6/11/22 to 6/16/22 without a PIC. So we cited all the PICs that were of record. The reason I didn't cite the PIC that was there when we went, Kevin Farrell, was he was only there for a week and then they let him go. I just don't think we're working out. And I think sometimes people get a little nervous when we show up more than once and we start asking questions. And I think he decided that wasn't the place for him. Any questions on that one?
Yes, tell me what you cited each PIC for.
We cited former PIC Weston. We cited it for supervision under pharmacy, under AACR 423-653I, and a hospital pharmacy's director, pharmacy, and pharmacist in charge, if different individual, shall supervise all the activities, operations of a hospital pharmacy, and then it goes on from there. We also cited some additional ones, but that was the primary one. Again, these are after the first summary page. They're 2 pages further in if you want to read them. We cited each PIC the same one, basically. So, you know, it was just for their respective time period where these activities were identified. And then technician quarrels, you know, we cited the technician as well. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, representatives with the Phoenix ER, would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, sure. Where do I do it? Oh, hi. I just wanted to provide a little additional clarification. Again, kind of with the transition, I've just transitioned over Phoenix ER, but participated as a sister facility. So I did want to clarify that we did have, though we had Carol Welch for just a short period of time for our PIC, we did have staff pharmacists that were we had Alyssa here and we had Julie over there. So Miss Welch was only, she had taken the narcotic count and also notified them that she was a PIC, was on call to them. We were in the process of hiring 2 pharmacists that were immediately going to take the PIC. We were not, through the allegation and Steve coming and doing the investigation, the PIC and myself, the current PIC at that time and myself were not aware that there was a breach in security and that a unauthorized person was going in there. And Carol Welch was never notified by the pharmacist that had happened. So we've also
real quick, who's speaking? I just want to make sure we have it for the record.
This is Jennifer, the CAO for Phoenix.
Okay. Did you say
I was involved at the time with the previous CNO, so I was able to meet Steve through this process and try to seek understanding of what was going on.
Okay. And did you say Miss Welch was available by phone for consultations?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did she ever work a shift physically?
No, she did not. She came on site to assume the narcotic count and to pass off to the other pharmacists that were onboarding, but we did have 2 staff pharmacists at that time, one at each location.
Do we have Miss Welch in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm present. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you comment to really just putting your name on paper and not doing the functions of a PIC?
The reason I was brought on was to be a consultant. At the time, they were in between. They had lost their PIC. We're in the process of rehiring, or not rehiring, but hiring additional folks to be the permanent PIC. So my role was more the interim PIC, just to get them through the transition period, and also to make sure they were compliant with the current pharmacy board laws and regs. Because on my first day on site, I did note that where was the pharmacist at the other site? So immediately the thing that I wanted addressed was that we had to have a pharmacist while the pharmacy was open at the other site, even though I was at Phoenix and was going to bounce over to East Valley, which is the other case we'll talk about. But there should have been some sort of stable pharmacist present. So the CAO, along with the CNO, acknowledged that and said, yes, we'll take care of that. We're going to hire, we've actually got agency pharmacy coming in to cover the business operations. So that was how that was handled. At no time did we have any discussion about any potential security issues because of the badging system. And Steve, I do have to put a correction to your note. I was never, just so you know, I'm not an employee of either facility. I was a consultant on a 1099 assignment. My assignment was for 3 weeks, just to kind of give some time frame as to what was happening. So I was not notified of this breach by the pharmacist that was there during my 3-week tenure, that there was a breach. So I was taken totally by surprise that this had occurred. So upon that.
Let's pause for a second.
Sure.
So you were the PIC, whether you call
Correct.
yourself a consultant or not, you were the PIC, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then during that time, however, what it was, how much time did you spend at the Phoenix ER Medical Hospital Pharmacy? Not by phone, not by your orientation, anything. How much working time did you spend?
Are you talking about on-site time or on-call time?
No, I just said not on the phone. So
Oh, sorry.
how much
Yeah.
time did you spend? Because how would you see a security issue if you weren't there?
Well, that's a good question, but I was there.
Okay, let's go back and answer the first one. So how
Sure,
much
the first
time did you
question would
spend
just be a few
supervising?
hours. I would say probably supervision was just only a few hours each of those weeks. So ballpark figure, 5 hours.
So did you charged them then 5 hours a week for supervision?
Correct.
And you realize you took on the roles and responsibility of a PIC, which everything folds up underneath your name, basically. And you weren't really acting as a PIC, in my opinion, from what I'm reading and what I'm hearing.
Well, I mean, what can I say other than, yes, I was available on call and on video chat if there were any issues at the site.
Well, to me, that's a big difference. What you can say, that's dangerous, not ever seeing what's going on and taking the role of PIC. And you said you were there to get them in shape with compliance, but I don't see how that's possible if you don't know what's going on. I think there's some negligence right there, in my opinion. Yes.
So this is Jennifer again. Can I interject? Ms. Welch did provide regulatory compliance and direction. This was really just after speaking with Steve for us to operate. We were going to bring Ms. Welch on as a physical pharmacist working, but in the interim of all that happening, we identified another candidate and brought them in. So the intention was for this person to work more hours, but we didn't have those available in just the piece, but she did provide a lot of regulatory support and guidance during this time.
Ms. Walmsley.
Mr. Hyper, just want to make sure that I'm understanding your documentation correctly. So both PICs had unauthorized entry into the pharmacy, correct? When I look at the logs that are there?
That is correct. Both during the timeframes we looked at when, one person was PIC, we had entries, or at least what appeared to be. And yes, for the other one as well.
Okay, but those were the only pharmacists that were involved in those unauthorized entries?
The only pharmacist, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
What about the staff pharmacists that were at each one of these hospitals? Were they supervising this technician?
Difficult to tell. There were no real schedules that made any sense in the documents that I were provided. It almost looked like somebody may have tried to give me something that they created after the fact. So I did not put a lot of value in that. By law, they should put it on their own personal profile, but we know the compliance with that is pretty low. We did use the PIC information on the permit in order to nail down the timeframes when they were actually PICs. So, and again, I'm not so sure a staff pharmacist was there all the time, because the one that the information we got within the complaint, you know, those individuals will work in various schedules because they were basically part-time.
Somewhere along this way in this path, there was a technician entering the pharmacy, the hospital pharmacy, without a registered pharmacist on site.
That's our belief. Now, you're probably going to hear from some of the other individuals that they were on site. They just were somewhere else on site doing other duties. So we'll have to, you know, wait to hear that because, you know, I read all the responses, and if you've read ahead already, you probably know what people are going to attest to. But based upon factual information, looking at scanning reports of when people badged in and badged out, you know, you have a day here where the pharmacy hasn't seen any activity yet. And I didn't have any information on the nurses. When I asked for the report from the permit holder, I got a report with like just the pharmacist on it and the technician, at least on the report I received. And so we don't see any activity. And then suddenly there's this first entry into the pharmacy. And, you know, it's a technician. And then later on, maybe an hour or two later, we see a pharmacist showing up.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a question for Ms. Welch. So Ms. Welch, how long have you worked as a hospital pharmacist?
I have been a hospital pharmacist for 30 years. I've been a PIC at various institutions for 15 years.
Okay,
So I do very much take the role of a PIC very seriously.
So cumulatively, you have about 45 years of hospital experience. Is that
No, within that 30 years, 15 of those years were in leadership. So total of 30, 15 in management.
So with that many years of hospital experience, how would you not know that for hospital pharmacy security is one of the main focuses that Board of Pharmacy and Joint Commissions are paying attention to?
I do know that this is very important. I did not know that this was an issue at this facility, that they were allowing technicians to come into the pharmacy without a pharmacist present, because at my previous location, we were only open morning shift, afternoon shift. And the way the badge system worked at the previous facility is techs couldn't even get in unless a pharmacist got in first. That's the way it was programmed. It was programmed by role. So that was an assumption on my part that I have to be frank with, that was also what was occurring at this facility as well, until I was notified after I've left that this activity had actually happened during my 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to point out, this is probably one of the strongest pieces of evidence we have that corroborates the data sets that we saw with the badge entry. It's on your page number 4408. And it's a signed response from the technician, Jerome Quarles. And I'll read it to you. It's not very long. It said, in response to complaints 220501 at Phoenix ER and Medical Center, I would like to provide an explanation to my access to the pharmacy without a pharmacist. The previous director of pharmacy had given me badge access to the pharmacy, which did not prevent entrance without a pharmacist. The director had allowed access to the pharmacy without his presence, including leaving the hospital. This practice was never corrected and continued after his separation with the facility. And then he went on to indicate that the security has now, been improved where it's locked.
This is Jennifer again from Phoenix. I do want to stress that Ms. Welch was very direct in the direction that there would be no unlicensed personnel ever in the pharmacy without a pharmacist present. And the pharmacist at that time was Julie, who was a PRN. And we did have gaps of closure of pharmacy because of staffing, but Julie was actually the one that was there acting as a pharmacist. But Ms. Welch was very, very direct with leadership as far as the expectations that that was actually the very first thing and the regulatory thing that she addressed with the previous CNO, and I was there as witness. Mr. Corliss was instructed not to be in the pharmacy without a pharmacist, I believe on several occasions. We did have to part ways with this technician after we had identified that this was a recurring practice.
Hi, this is Jeremy Quarles. I'd just like to make a statement to what she said. When I was let go of in October, it was afterwards, they had gotten another complaint. And when they were talking to me, they said if they thought this was going to go away and get the board off their backs, and it didn't, so they let me go in hopes of getting the board off their back. I never entered the pharmacy without a pharmacist. I went in a couple times to drop off drugs that had been delivered, and I have a witness that was with me when the CNO had asked me to get lab paperwork out of the pharmacy. I never went in there for drugs or to do any pharmacy business. It was to either drop off a delivery and shut the door or be instructed to grab a binder for the lab.
I would like to note that that was previous leadership. That was not, I was not the person that released Jeremy of his duties. That was the previous CNO that was no longer with us. So I can't attest to that conversation.
I just have a quick comment on something you said. You made the statement that we were questioning unlicensed people coming into the pharmacy. We're actually questioning licensed people coming to the pharmacy that aren't permitted to be in the pharmacy without proper supervision.
Technicians.
Hi there, this is Chase Weston. Could I make a statement real quick?
Sure.
All right, so let me first start off in just notifying the Board of Pharmacy that I was, upon termination, given a severance agreement, and that agreement had a non-disclosure and non-disparaging statement that specifically states, even if something is objectively true, I am not allowed to state it unless a state or federal regulation is requiring me to. So I would guess, and I am working under the assumption that you guys would ask me to give all relevant information that would be to this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. You know, I helped open this pharmacy, and Mr. Hyber and I have worked together for many, many years, and I have always enjoyed our work together. Mr. Hyber, on the opening inspection, there was, if you want to evidence by the initial permit meeting, Dr. Vo and Dr. Nguyen, when they went and asked for the permit, they asked for a waiver of size into 192 square feet. So the permit holders did not necessarily understand the operation of pharmacy or the reason for space in a hospital pharmacy and why that would be. And that's because Dr. Vo owns many of these clinics across the country. And in different states, there's of course drug rooms and different, classifications that fit those micro hospital businesses very well. And I wouldn't say otherwise, but it's not what it is in Arizona. The amount of times I had to instruct the board of directors at Phoenix ER, the original ownership group, and one of the biggest fights we got in originally when we were doing our opening inspections was that they all wanted badge access to the pharmacy. All of the physicians wanted it, except for Dr. Daniel Stites. He was the one ownership that said, no, I completely understand that, and I do not want or need any access to the pharmacy. So when Mr. Hyber was doing his original opening inspection, I asked him specifically, can we get a recommendation from you that it needs to have a deadbolt so that I have a way to secure the pharmacy? The board of directors will not act without an official recommendation from Mr. Hyber on the opening inspection. We had they had a lapse in knowledge of thinking that they had a waiver for the space requirement, which would have actually, they thought they were okay at 300 square feet. They did not, is what we discovered with Mr. Hyber. And they fixed that, and we came back and did another opening inspection later, beside the point, I know. But the when Mr. Hyber stated that he said he didn't need a lock as long as the electronic lock was programmed correctly. And I said, okay, are they allowed to have access? And he said, yes, they are allowed to have access as long as it's programmed that they can't get in without you. So if you were to look into the program itself, I created what was called the pharmacy help category. And that only allowed access to that door from 9 to 5 while I was there. If they changed that access after terminating me, I can't control that. But I will tell you that that is the access I had set up after that conversation long ago with Mr. Hyber. That was what we operated under, was that pharmacy help category that was Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Just kind of wanted to give that statement as to Mr. Quarles, as far as my knowledge, during my time there, never entered the pharmacy without me present. And that's true for both locations, as when I was going back and forth, that is, to my knowledge, why I was terminated. Dr. Peter Stockton was the only one to comment during, and he's part of the new ownership group, when they transitioned approximately 42% of their ownership. He's a part of the new ownership group. He's the only one that had a statement as to explaining to why I was being terminated. And it was right after an altercation of the East Valley ER and hospital. Their lab was not performing well, and I was having quality problems, and I was giving instructions and things were not getting done. And he wanted me to go over there more often. And I said I could not do so because I was struggling to keep this pharmacy, Phoenix ER and Medical Hospital, open 40 hours a week as required by law. And the only statement I received when I was terminated was that I was not flexible enough.
Gotcha. Okay, Mr. Quarles, how come in your statement, nope, Mr. Quarles, how come in your statement you say that Mr. Weston allowed you to go into the pharmacy without him even when he was off-site?
So that was typed up by Chad and Jennifer and had me sign it. The one I was going to write, they rejected. Their whole purpose was to basically take the light off of them in the pharmacy and just kind of have this situation go away. And what I had wrote was basically what I said, like, I never went in without Chase. And if I ever entered the pharmacy, it was to throw a box in there of drugs or to get a binder that the CNO had instructed me to. And after they had let Chase go, I was on, pins and needles because they could just let my, the CEO / my pharmacist go like nothing. So I figured I would be next. So if they told me to get a binder out of the pharmacy, I listened. But so they typed that up, I signed it, and they sent it to you guys.
Jennifer, can you comment on that?
This is Chad. I'm the current PIC here. I allowed Jeremy to write the letter himself. I helped him edit it so that it sounded professional, but it was also printed and signed by him, and he had his approval before it was sent.
Ms. Walmsley.
Mr. Hyber, just again, to clarify the information, the evidence that's before us, Mr. Western said that it was programmed and that it would have prohibited it. But as I read the spreadsheet that is on 4429, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it looks like, occurrences where Mr. Quarles entered the pharmacy before Mr. Western entered the pharmacy. Can you corroborate that?
May I clarify that statement real quick?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. It is programmed so that they only had badge access for certain hours, not for my badge had to be swiped prior to their badge. So again, in my statement that I put in there, and that is what occurred, is that he would come find me because I would not start my day in the pharmacy. He would come find me and we would walk together to the pharmacy to start our day in the pharmacy. And he would badge us both in most days.
He would badge you both in, the technician would badge you in?
Like he was walking to the door and would swipe his badge, and we both walked in the door together as we were discussing what needed to be done for the day. The system didn't have a, you can't swipe your badge until this person swipes their badge. And that's what I
thought that's what you said. If
No. It only allowed badge access between certain hours. It did not preclude somebody from swiping their badge if I had not swiped my badge.
So in
that
the
day.
event if a pharmacist didn't show up that day, a technician could just scan it as long as it was within that time frame.
That is correct.
Okay.
And now I'll answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes to what you've observed. And now I will add, it's not often I get thrown under the bus, but this is a time when I have been. I have never approved a timer badge access process because of that inherent flaw you just identified. So they'll have a dual badge reader, and I always provide them with options because people don't want to drill a hole in the door sometimes and put in a lock. A dual badge reader would work where the pharmacist has a badge that turns on and off the reader for everyone else. And I also have never said give badges to everybody. Usually it's for pharmacy staff, right? Because your technicians, you want to allow them to move about freely when you're there. So if you elect to use an electronic badge reader system, you have a badge reader that the pharmacist can activate when they've come in and deactivate when they leave. Otherwise, you have to have some type of lock. Doesn't always have to be a deadlock. The door lock would be sufficient as long as the badge reader can't override it. In this case, it does.
Sorry, did we look at video or anything like that on these days to determine? So I'm just looking at the example, the first example here, 4-5 at 9:49. Mr. Quarles entered the pharmacy and it said that he was the first entry on 4-5. And then it shows Mr. Western at 10:28.
I believe I asked for it and the record retention wasn't sufficient, so there was no video to review.
So there would be no way for us to know.
No, I mean, I would have gone right there. That's always a good one to pull. But the record retention period was so short, especially back in April. So.
In your opinion, what was Mr. Weston's part in this? So he was there prior who started this.
I think he had a
swiping,
process where, you know, he said in his response what he was like a member of their senior management. He was their, I guess I didn't put it in the summary. I'll just throw these things out. Chase, you can correct me if I'm wrong. He was like their,
Yeah, sure.
You were like their chief operations officer or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd be happy to explain it a little more in detail for you. And let me go on.
I got that cleared up. I just want Mr.
Yeah, he was more than just your typical pick who reports up to the CNO. He was a member of their senior management team that was there when they set up the place. I mean, it was pretty impressive. I mean, his role that he was playing was pretty impressive, and I'm sure he wore a lot of hats. The issue I think that came up was being that close to senior management. I think it opened the door to, you know, they became more chummy and allowed people to have more access than they should have. I mean, if you're going to use that card, it's okay to have it if you restrict that card and maybe only have one for the supervisory nurse to use to come in during after-hour access. It's okay to have the technician to have a card as long as you utilize a process that doesn't involve a clock where if the pharmacist is in an accident on his way in or stuck in traffic, that suddenly anybody who has the card can get in. So it's either the key or it's the other one. All of them can be abused. We've seen them all abused over the years. This was just a case where it just became widespread. And I think it was allowed to happen. And we only caught it because the pharmacist basically called us.
Okay, so Mr. Weston, was he employed? He wasn't even employed at the time that you investigated this complaint.
He was let go, and that's when the new pharmacy manager came in, the consultant one, and then the floater pharmacist was concerned, and then we got the call to come, you know, check it out. And that's basically it. So I was able to look back far enough to tie in the activity began before the consultant pharmacist arrived on the scene.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Board members, any questions? Yes.
So it's obvious that there are some security concerns with the technician entering the pharmacy without a pharmacist present. Do we know if the technician processed, filled, dispensed any medications to any patients without any pharmacist check or
We don't,
supervision?
I didn't look into that. No, I was more concerned about getting what we had and getting it in front of the board. I mean, not making it overly complex. The security issue, I can say this, we have no evidence that any drugs were stolen or diverted. The permit holder hasn't reported anything like that. We haven't heard anything from the newer PIC. So I think to keep it scoped to was basically a breach of security, improper controls of access, in non-compliance with the current existing laws.
Okay, and real quick, how long did they operate without a pick?
It was approximately 6 days, and I excluded the weekend because they were closed routinely on the weekend.
Ms. Davis, I appreciate the question about the unlicensed activity. Mr. Quarles, just for the record, did you process any prescriptions and do anything that required pharmacist intervention without the pharmacist?
No, I did not. I had dual roles. I was also in the lab for processing patient blood samples and stuff like that. So pharmacy technician part of my job was very minimal, if at all, hardly any. I was mostly in the lab. So like I said, if a delivery came in the back, I kind of knew that the box had drugs in it. I wouldn't even open the box, badge in, throw the box in there, and that was it.
But at no point in time did you dispense a prescription without a pharmacist
No,
intervention?
absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add something as far as the identification? Working with Mr. Steve, as soon as that we did identify that there was a security breach, we did work closely with him and took his recommendations and immediately secured the pharmacy that only a pharmacist would be able to enter into it. And also looking at the badge access, none of the programming was ever changed. And that functionality was not identified, but we did deactivate all badges of non-pharmacists besides the charge nurse after at night. So we immediately took the recommendations and acted on them.
Okay, board members, let's try this first. Let's talk to the permit holder, and it'd be my opinion that the permit holder is responsible for the security of the pharmacy as well as the picks, and we'll get to the picks next. But the permit holder, in my opinion, should have it's a long period of time that this has been allowed, $1,000 consent order for not maintaining security of the pharmacy, and then our standard terms for operating without a pick. And I think that's what we have at this point.
Is that a motion, sir?
It's not, I just want opinions first, and then if I don't hear any others from board members, I'll make a motion.
What's the standard terms for operating without a pick?
I can't remember, but we have it written down.
I believe it's
up to a certain max, up to
Okay, so do we know how many days or
6.
Six.
Okay, thank you.
without a pick, it is $100 a day, not to exceed $5,000.
Yes.
Member Thorwald, I personally think it should be higher than that. This seems to be more on the egregious side and blatant, and I think it should be higher on the higher end.
We have a standard for pharmacists. We're a pharmacist working without a license, but not a standard discipline for PIC that I see.
We could apply that same standard to this.
Leave our motion earlier today. We did $500 for not having a PIC.
Per day?
No, total. It was either yesterday or today. I don't know. They're a blur.
I'd be open to the $500 for operating without a pick. And then, Mr. Thorwald, what was your thought?
I'm sorry. Thank you. I keep forgetting that. It just seems to me that the fine should be on the high side. I'm fine with the 500 on the others. It just seems like this is egregious. This has to come from the top down to make this work like this, and it's just to me very blatant. I just a total letdown of proper management.
I would be in favor of a reinspection at their cost as well. We have the same owners in the next complaint, so.
I think we have to take both separate though.
Well, I'm just saying, if
think.
you're looking for a higher fine, they'll probably be combined.
I don't think that,
What's our statutory maximum, Jean? It's 1,000, isn't it?
1,000
Per
per
violation.
violation.
Member Thorwald, I would think 1,000 would be more appropriate here.
Yeah, I did say 1,000, so 1,500. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I like Ms. Snares. I'll make a motion for a $1,000 fine to the permit, $500 fine for security, $500 fine to the permit for operating without a PIC, a reinspection within the next year at the cost of the permit holder with the board. And that's what I'll make a motion for the permit only.
Member Thorwald, second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any conversation before a roll call?
Can I just clarify, is that disciplinary? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lebo,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's move to Carol Welch, the consultant pick. Is my opinion as well that this should be disciplinary for Ms. Welch for pharmacy security. I don't think we have enough to say that, I mean, to me, there's negligence on how a pick was supervising in this case, but we don't have a way in our rules and regulations to quantify that. So I would say a $1,000 fine for having the pharmacy operate without the appropriate security controls for Ms. Welch.
Mr.
This
Chair.
seems a bit high to me. I would be more
Yeah.
in support of like a $500 fine.
Any other conversation?
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin.
This is what irritates me. I feel like we signed on, we got paid for the job and we didn't do the job. So, you know, submitting the hours at a contracted rate, there was gain there. And the safety of Arizona wasn't thought about.
Member Thorwald, I would concur with you. She should have been there how can you observe and find out the issues that should need to be resolved without being there?
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin Deng. So I do agree with your thought process, but just going back to the previous case that related to the La Paz Hospital, to my based on my recollection, there was no monetary fine for the PIC. We did we did issue disciplinary action with 9 hours of CE. So I do agree with the monetary fine, but I just want to be consistent.
They're two different things to me with the details of it. I understand that, but I would be willing to go to $500 for that, and we'll see what the next case brings. We'll probably get to the same number, would be my guess. But if that's what board members would support, I would as well. Any other comments? No. Okay, I will make that my motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's move to Mr. Quarles on this one. What is bothersome to me in this situation is that he did enter into the pharmacy. There was a conflict of what was said to you Mr. Hyber, from when you were there to a conflict to the written response. And then I'm hearing now something new. I do not know what to believe. I do know he entered the pharmacy without a pharmacist present at some point. I do also understand there was poor leadership here instructing him to do that. So it'd be my opinion to address this with CE for Mr. Quarles. No work was done that I know of, but I think a CE with law for Mr. Quarles under the pressure he was with the administration would be appropriate. And I'll open that up to conversation.
I think it's appropriate for the exact reason you just spelled out. It's also in line with what else we've done today. So I support that.
Any opinion on the type of CE and how much?
I think law would be beneficial.
Okay.
I'll make it my motion. 3 hours of law CE, non-disciplinary for Mr. Quarles.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and last, Mr. Weston, in this case, this one is a little bit difficult for me because he was not present at the time that this took place. Whether you give him credit for starting this process or not, I'm still not 100% sure if I can do that as well. So help me out.
When you look at the swipes, there's no way for us to know based on the evidence that's before us that Mr. Quarles did not enter the pharmacy beforehand. When you look at the swipes, the badge swipes.
But Mr. Hyber, was Mr. Weston here at the time of your complaint? You
Yes.
investigated?
Yeah, they went back to that date, and there's
We went back into the time frame when he was PIC, not the whole time frame, but
Okay.
enough to see similar activity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to the board.
I believe it would be appropriate to impose the same discipline as we did on Ms. Welch in this case.
I agree.
Would you like to make a motion or entertain any other comments or conversation?
For the record with Ms. Welch, that was a $500 civil penalty for failing to have proper security protocols in place for the operation of a pharmacy.
And I believe 9 hours of CE. We didn't do law CE there?
No.
I thought we did.
No.
Did you do CE or not, Joe? I don't remember.
It's not in my note.
Okay,
And
Yeah.
Jennifer says no. You can-
okay, then $500 is fine.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to 31H, noting Mrs. Walmsley's recusal. I don't know if it's recusal or absence. 31H 22-0519. Mr. Iber.
Okay, before we get started, there is a recap that the investigating client compliance officer performed on the raw data. So the raw data she uploaded into her complaint summary, but Deputy Director Ganaban sent that out a couple days ago. So you might want to put that in a window and have that standing by that data set, because that's the work that will be equivalent to the one that was in my report from my investigation. You know, it's kind of her analysis of the raw data. So,
Do you have a page on that by any chance?
well, it was too large to put into the actual one. So we have to use that folder process.
Ms. Kilman, could
Did-
you give
did-
us a recap of that, please? Is there a way to?
I'll let Mr. Hyber
Okay.
provide that recap.
You want me to do the recap of the folder location?
I'm trying to pull it up now, and
Yeah,
I think the
he
other board
wants
members are as
to get
well.
that. How was that supposed to work? Were they supposed to just remember it or what before the board meeting?
Yep, it's available in the folder and it was emailed.
Okay.
I do see it. I have it up here. I'm just.
All right.
wanna
I just want to make
we
sure
all
everybody
understand
has it
and have
before
reviewed it.
before we get rolling here. Oh,
Okay, go
all
ahead.
right. We're all good. All
Yes.
right. Excellent. All right, so this is case 22-0519. This involves a facility, East Valley ER and hospital. Again, it's a hospital permitted pharmacy, very similar to the other one. Similar ownership, at least at that time frame. I believe they're undergoing a change in owner. There's a child that's out there right now it's waiting. But the same communication that was received for the other case, you know, alleging operating without a PIC and people going in and removing stuff. This one focused more on the nurses entering and removing product and not accounting for it. This place used a little bit different process. They did have a badge that they kept sequestered, so it really wasn't the same issue that we had with this one. A little bit more tightly controlled. The badge to get in was in a med dispense, or I'm sorry, an Omnicell unit. So that was the reports that Officer Hess had run and that she did analysis on. So you know, basically this pharmacy had the same PIC let go. It had the consultant PIC come in for the same time frame, and it had very similar issues. So if you open up the report, you can see where. Let me get to it on mine. What Officer Hess did, she compared entries into the pharmacy off of the door over the use of the badge. And she also looked at when the badge was taken out of the med dispense system. So there should be a 1-to-1 ratio there. It should come out. They should go in, they should record an order. They should come back out. It shouldn't be like the badge doesn't go back into the med dispense for like a whole day. So she observed that. She observed that activity. She observed activity where they would take the badge out, but they wouldn't go in for several time frames. Okay, it was like, why did they take the badge out? And they didn't go in. Then they did go in, but they didn't remove a drug or they didn't document the drug. And if you go over to the far right side of the report, it's under columns P, Q, R, and S. You can actually click on the different, these were nursing employees that actually went in, and you can actually see the total number. I'm going to turn on editing here. You can actually click on the different name, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different nurses that she analyzed for entry during the time period she audited. And you can actually see, like in the case of JL, you know, there were total number of entries 8, and only 2 were recorded. The same thing for nurse AC. 13 and 13 and 4, only 4 were documented of removals. So there was entries that for some reason, there was just no reason for the individuals going in the pharmacy. So it's a different type of security issue, whereas they didn't have full access. They did have access out of the Omnicell, but what was going on? It was just a lack of supervision is really what was observed. She didn't go back far enough to tie this activity in prior to Carol Welch being PIC. It was a more limited scope, which I believe was because the analysis was much, much more time consuming. And we would have had the same issue with no PIC because, again, both pharmacies lost the PIC at the same time as the other one, and they both picked up the PIC at the same time. So there was that same gap in there.
And can you tell me, was Ms. Welch the answer to both of those?
Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, board members, any questions?
I'd like to hear if they have any statements
Okay.
about that.
For the permit holder, do you have any statements or any response to what you just heard with Mr. Hyber?
I actually, I do. We had a full-time pharmacist that was here, and we had we're a brand new facility. We've been open about a year. We had a very secure pharmacy. We did have a badge access card that was located, locked in the Omnicell. We have a policy stating that a charge nurse can enter the pharmacy after hours or in our weekends, or if for some reason a pharmacist was sick, or our policy supports that. The explanation as far as like kind of the excessive is that we have a smaller Omnicell. We're just brand new. And medications, not all of them necessarily could fit in there. And then other times they would go in the pharmacy and not be able to find the medication that they were having. But at any given point, the pharmacy was definitely had very secure measures, and the access was authorized per policy.
Okay, so you mentioned it was very secure, but comment to this for me, that you had a technician enter the pharmacy several times on a day known to have no pharmacist on duty.
So the only day that was 6/13, I believe you're speaking of. I was not aware, we were not Mr. Corliss can speak to why he was in the pharmacy without his pharmacist, because that is the only time that, if you can look at the records, that he was ever in the pharmacy without a pharmacist.
Mr. Quarles?
Yes, again, I came in, I was split between both hospitals. So when I came in, I wasn't aware at that day that we didn't have a pharmacist there. She had put in her notice of quitting and had a special schedule set up. She was normally Monday through Friday. Since she had put in her notice, they had allowed her to work like 3 days a week for like 3 hours a day or something like that. I wasn't made aware of that. I came in, saw she wasn't there. The lights weren't on, so I immediately left. Again, deliveries come in, and instead of them sitting in the back on the dock, I, throw deliveries into the pharmacy. Other than that, no pharmacy work was ever done by me.
And also, this is Carol Welch. If this date in question is 6/13, I was not the PIC at the time.
That is correct. Carol Welch was not the PIC. Mr. Corliss, can you explain why there was no other access into the pharmacy without a pharmacist at East Valley?
What do you mean?
So why was there just one day that?
Yeah, that was the only, she wasn't there, and that wasn't communicated to me that she wasn't the pharmacist. Alyssa was not there. So I, again, both locations, I worked in the lab. So most of my day was, I stayed in the lab.
So you did more than just put drugs in the pharmacy is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I just put drugs in the pharmacy and that was it. I came in that morning and saw that the lights weren't on, that she wasn't there. Usually it's communicated to me if a pharmacist isn't there, so I don't go in.
Were you in when you found out she wasn't there?
Yes, I came in and the lights weren't on. I badged in, lights weren't on, and then I left.
Either one.
There's only one pharmacist badge scan in the whole report that I see. So I guess I don't understand how the pharmacist would get into the pharmacy every day without a scan in.
I believe they had a key, a deadbolt key.
And I have a question for the permit. Between the June 10th and the 21st, there was no PIC. So was there other pharmacists working during those 11 days? One of them including the 13th where he was, or Mr. Quarles was coming in and out on his own.
So yes, Alyssa was our pharmacist and Chad was the onboarding pharmacist that she trained on her exit.
Okay, so there was just no PIC during that time, but there was a pharmacist working.
That's correct.
Except for the 13th.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why that she wasn't there on the 13th. But yes,
Thank you.
There was there was two doors to that pharmacy. One was a badge wiper and the other one was a pin code. So you could put in a code to get in without a badge.
Okay, so board members, I think we take the same approach here unless you have other questions. For the permit holder, East Valley Hospital, I'll open it up to conversation.
So this location was without a PIC for 11 days versus the 6 days. So perhaps we can take that fine that we used for the first time and double that, given that if it wasn't already at the maximum. And given that it's been twice as long without a PIC, just a place to start.
I have to jump in here. I show Carol Welch on the official board record is starting on 6/17, so I think it's a little shorter window. Because it would logically make sense this would match up with the other one since they were tied together. So I think it could be a, I'm not going to say a typo, but it could be a misrepresentation in this summary.
That is correct. Steve, I will concur with you. I did assume PIC for that facility on 6/17, which still shows that as of 6/13, I was not the pick with the unauthorized entry of the technician.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Welch, can you confirm for me in your statement, you state that in your response that you state you never actually worked a shift because you were told that they had a full-time pharmacist and schedule?
Yes, sir, that is correct. They did have a
Okay, so you
full-time
assume
pharmacist.
Pick at this facility as well and never worked a shift or showed up there.
I have been there, same thing in terms of just, in terms of the time spent there, similar to the time at Phoenix ER.
Okay.
and when Carol Welch came and she met with the pharmacist, Alyssa, and spent time discussing her role and expectations.
I think we understand. I do appreciate that though. Board members?
I have one more thing. So it shows that during this investigation here that we have a cover sheet for the controlled substance inventory, the annual. Was there a controlled substance inventory done by Ms. Welch upon
Yes.
taking over this pharmacy as well?
Yes, those both occurred on the Phoenix ER campus on June 20th. And on the East Valley the same day, because I left that site and went to East Valley and did their controlled substance inventory. So June 20th, there is one. On June 17th, just a reminder, that day was a Friday when I accepted the position and came in Monday morning bright and early to take care of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I did talk to Officer Hess about, if you see at the bottom of page 1 on the complaint, all she was able to find was the cover sheet for the May 1st of 22 inventory. So I think there's a little bit of a conflict there where maybe it was taken, but the record wasn't readily retrievable on the times that she went in to do her investigation.
Actually, Steve, this is Jennifer. I actually submitted Ms. Hess that information of the transition of the narcotic count in the June dates. So that should have been included within her records.
So it's possible she just didn't update this cover before she, left. So I'll defer to them.
Okay, so thoughts on Ms. Welch?
I think similar to what we did before.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Like to entertain a motion?
I didn't want to cut Miss Davis off. Okay. I make a motion for Miss Welch to have a $500 penalty.
No.
Okay.
And that's for failure to implement appropriate security measures.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr. Thorwald. Ms. Kilnevong, would you do a roll call, please?
Certainly, Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is absent. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it.
Okay, and last, Mr. Quarles.
Well, permit holder,
Yeah,
did
we
you
didn't
want to,
do-
What's that?
did you want to talk about the permit holder?
Yeah, that would be my feeling on it. Thanks for bringing that up. I guess that would be the same thing.
So that was a $500 civil penalty for this failure in security measures and a $500 civil penalty for not having a pick.
Yes. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a motion and a second, Ms. Kionaval?
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Noting Ms. Walmsley's absence, ayes have it.
Mr. Leba, I'd like to make another motion to require Mr. Quarles to do 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE in law with our standard terms.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time today.
May we have a quick comfort? break?
Yes, we sure can. We'll take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes enough?
Yeah.
5-minute break and we'll come back. Thank you. All right, we are back. Ms. Conovan, would you take a roll call, please? Go ahead. Yep.
Okay, we'll take a roll call. Ms. Davis,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Present.
Mr. Leba,
Present.
Ms. Lahan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley is absent, Mr. Tong.
Here.
And Ms. Snare,
Here.
all accounted for.
Okay, we are ready, Ms. Conovan, to go to 37B. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just for the record, I have to drop off for 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. I have a
Okay.
work-related phone call.
Okay, just announce yourself when you do come back, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, all right, so 37B, Roman numeral 1. These are proposed permit application updates for the board's consideration. And basically, we're proposing these so we can bring some of our applications up to speed with existing statute and rules. So the first ask that we have here is for our application for third-party logistics permits. According to ARS 32-1941E, a third-party logistics provider shall provide the board on the board's request with a list of manufacturers, wholesale distributors, dispensers, and durable medical equipment suppliers for whom the third-party logistics provider provides services at a facility. We're asking the board to update our application to include a mandatory attachment upload, where a third-party logistics applicant can upload this information at the time of application.
I think it'll make speed of processing an application faster. I don't see any downside to this. Anybody else?
Looks great.
Okay,
We need to vote. Yes.
okay, I'll make a motion to approve the request.
Second.
Second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next page, and really the next three applications have a similar request. Applications for durable medical equipment distributors and suppliers, as well as our full service and non-prescription wholesale permits. We do have language in statute that references virtual subtypes of these permit types. While we don't yet have rules written around those virtual subtypes, we are seeking the board's approval to add these subtypes as an option to our application when it's appropriate to do so, with the thought that we're kind of in a vendor transition. We wanted to get ahead of this and be prepared as we're working on that project.
Board members?
Member Thorwald, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Snare, second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to 37B, Roman numeral 2. Several board meetings ago, there was some discussion around pharmacists making changes to Schedule II prescriptions. And one of the topics that came up was whether or not a pharmacist could, for example, change an address, a patient address, or add a patient address to a prescription. There was a variety of information that came out. And then during that meeting, we did clarify the board members' stance on that, and we put that information on our website. The DEA later came out with further clarification. The bottom line is nothing has changed here in Arizona. It's still business as usual as it has been. So that really is the update. That information is on our website for anyone who's interested. Moving on to 37B, Roman numeral 3. This is our compliance officer activity report for 2022. And for the sake of our board members' eyesight, I'm going to, there's a lot of information on here. I'm going to just recap the totals for the year. This team did a tremendous amount of work. Just short of 1,500 inspections, 1,497 inspections completed over the course of the year, 566 violations identified, the majority of those being in controlled substance audit, immunizations, controlled substance record keeping, mechanical counting devices and storage devices, and counseling. I believe I mentioned controlled substance audit. So those were the top violations. Again, as we discuss each meeting, there are circumstances in which a permit is visited but not inspected. It might be because the business has closed without notice to the board, or perhaps relocated without notice to the board. But all that information is summarized here. Our compliance officers did visit 173 permits in which an inspection was not performed for a variety of reasons. And then finally, there's a lot of other work that this team does as we discuss each meeting. One of those is CE audits, continuing education audits. On the year, the team completed 636 audits. Of course, a huge bulk of the work they do is in complaint investigation. Over the course of 2022, they completed 437 complaints and investigated 496 complaints. And then they also do a lot of work with substantive permit review. For the permit applications that we received, there was a total of 743 that were completed. So I'd just like to thank the team for all their great work.
Great work. Thank you.
Moving on to 37B, Roman numeral 4. This is a licensing activity report for 2022. So for 2022, for all of our license types, we issued, the board office issued, or the board issued 5,426. There were 4,250 licenses that were closed over the course of the year. For permits, the board issued 924, and there were a total of 744 permits that were closed. If we move on to the final agenda item in my report, this is the licensing activity for 2023. So did make an addition to this report. It still does include the license and permit types issued. The licenses are at the top. So far this year, we've issued 377 licenses. We did close 3,609. That was largely due to technician trainee licenses that expired that were extended into the new year due to the health emergency. Below that, we have a snapshot that's about a week old now, but it was the status of application processing as of February 9th. And during that time, or on that day rather, we had just 38 applications pending, meaning they were waiting to be addressed by staff. That was for all license types. We had 320 applications in progress, which essentially means the staff had already addressed them and were waiting on additional information from the applicant. So essentially it was an incomplete application on that day. So the team is really doing a great job keeping up with the applications as they're coming in. And then if we move down to the middle of the page, this is the information on the permits. So far this year, we've opened 109 permits, 44 have closed. And as of February 9th, we had just 10 permits pending initial review. And we had 120 permits in progress, meaning they had been started, but were awaiting additional information from the applicant. So kudos to our licensing team for a job well done.
Yes, thank you.
That's all I have.
All right, questions, board members?
So for some of the technician trainee licenses that are closed, would that also be those that are now moved into technician status because they passed their test?
It could include some of those as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Kyonabong. Great job to you and your team. Appreciate the hard work. 37C, CSPMP Director.
Good afternoon, board members. Today I wanted to give an update for you on three main subjects. Two of them are subjects you hear about pretty regularly from me. And then the last one is more of kind of what's going on, and I'll share a little bit. So agenda item 37C1. I usually give you an update about our compliance efforts. And in November of 2021, we started measuring compliance with providers' use of the CSPMP, and we share information with other licensing boards about those prescribers that aren't registered to use the CSPMP. And we pull that report twice a year, and through pulling that report and sending that information to the appropriate licensing boards, we reduced the number of unregistered prescribers from about 11,500 at the beginning of 2022 down to 5,000 at the end of 2022. So in December of 2022, that became like the third time that we send out a list to the appropriate licensing boards. Of course, the list keeps getting smaller and smaller. And that list was sent out in December. We haven't seen the same type of influx of registrations that we saw the first two rounds that we sent communication. And I think that often as the registrations come in, so do the questions. And the questions come from the license holders that aren't registered about how do I get registered? And we haven't seen that influx. And it makes me think that maybe the other licensing boards that we send this information to, that's the nursing board, medical board, osteo board, maybe they just haven't been able to react to our communication yet. I could tell you that when we first started, it took about 2 or 3 months for that first communication to go out. Hopefully there's going to be a day where I come up and I say that we got all providers registered. But until then, I'll keep giving you a recap from time to time. Agenda item 37C2 is about our annual our CSPMP survey. And, statutorily, we're required to do that every year. And we kind of package up a giant report for the governor's office and Secretary of State, the House and the Senate. And in that report, we give a report about the survey itself. We kind of give a recap about our task force meeting that we have every year. And it's just a real good summary of all the work that the CSPMP does every year. But when looking at the survey itself, we analyze that data by role type. And when I say role type, that's how you register with the CSPMP. So you got prescribers, you got pharmacists, you have a licensing board, investigators, law enforcement. So we kind of stratify everything that way. And then we kind of analyze the data. And with that, we come up with the user's likes, dislikes, and it creates our focuses for the following year. So when you look at the user likes, users definitely, prescribers and dispensers, pharmacists, they like the threshold clinical alert that we put out there. That threshold clinical alert, there's really 3 of them. There's the 90 over 90 MMEs. There's the multiple provider episode, which is multiple pharmacies and multiple prescribers for the same patient. And then the dangerous combinations. Dangerous combinations is whenever a patient's on an overlapping opioid and benzodiazepine. And we shout that out to the users. And hopefully that helps make good clinical decisions. Gateway integration obviously makes ease of use, and our survey takers told us that. You know, a topic that comes up from time to time is we send prescriber reports to individual prescribers, and the prescriber reports compares their prescribing habits to their peers. 63% of prescribers find this useful and helpful. The comments also said that CSPMP helps with diversion detection, and the other licensing boards appreciate the PMP reports to help them work cases. Sometimes cases like you heard today and yesterday. Dislikes, you know, for those not integrated, the complaints are consistent year over year, and we hear about that the system automatically logs you off after 20 minutes. It makes you change your passwords on a frequent basis, and therefore it interrupts your workflow. And for those that aren't integrated, we follow federal guidelines when it comes to how often you're supposed to change your password, and getting logged off every 20 minutes or 30 minutes is those are kind of controlled by federal guidelines, and we just follow. Again, if you integrate your healthcare entity, you don't have any of those problems, and we offer to do that for every business, large and small. So for those that still are not integrated, we sure would like to see that. Focuses, our focus is we got to continue on it. Our focus on integration for those that are struggling with being logged off on a regular basis. And there are educational efforts, you know, throughout the survey. We saw that, you know, even though we've done certain educational efforts, only 14% of people have seen it. And I think it's a challenge that we're always going to have, but, you know, trying to be more strategic with our website, more strategic using technology. All of that is I think the future of 2023 as far as our educational efforts go. I'll pause there. Is there any questions you have about the survey? I gave you guys lots and lots of information, but I tried to highlight it for you.
I have a question. So I don't remember when I took this personally, if it broke it down into what setting you were in as a pharmacist. Does it break it down into retail or whatnot?
It does not.
Okay, because when I was looking at like the data error correction, I just thought it says, you know, 30% of pharmacists know how to correct that. But if you work for a large chain where that's all done in the background, aside from you making an edit just to the prescription for something changing, you wouldn't necessarily know.
I think
how to
that's
fix
why
an
we
error.
have we put that questionnaire for that reason. And you know, we have a law that says you got to report into the PMP daily and it should be accurate. And there's many times where my staff will feel a concern from a doctor, from a patient, and they say, I was told that I wrote this prescription. I was told I received this prescription, and it's because it's on your report, Doug. And we need that fixed because I never did. So then we work with the pharmacy to get that fixed. Sometimes the pharmacy staff doesn't know what to do because their corporation handles the data submissions. So I think we strategically put it there because we want pharmacists to know how to make that happen within their pharmacy if there is a breakdown where there isn't accurate information. And, we know that in big corporations, that data submission is done by somebody else. But the important thing is for the pharmacist to know how to work within their organization to get that fixed. You're welcome. If there's no other questions on the survey, I'll move on to 37C 3. And I think most of you probably have heard, but in December, Congress eliminated the data waiver program. Data waiver program, a lot of people know, is the XDEA number. And what that means is you no longer have to be a data waiver prescriber to write for buprenorphine. And what that does is it makes ease of access to buprenorphine for those in need for MAT easier. So, the questions are coming into the office about, well, does that mean I can do it now? And it could be nurse practitioners, it can be PAs, it could be pharmacists reaching out saying that they don't know if they can fill this prescription because they don't see an XDEA number on the prescription. So a little bit of confusion out there. So what DEA put out there was really 4 bullet points. And they said a data waivered registration is no longer required to treat patients with buprenorphine for opioid use disorder. DEA also said that now all prescriptions for buprenorphine only require a standard DEA registration number. The previously used data waivered registration number, XDEA, are no longer needed for any prescription. Bullet number 3, there are no longer limits on the number of patients a prescriber may treat for OUD with buprenorphine. And that really tied into sometimes you could be data waivered for 25 patients or 50 patients or 250 patients. So that has all been removed. And then the last bullet, which I think is the one that we really want to focus on, the act does not impact existing state laws or regulations that may be applicable. And really what that comes down to is if your license allows you to write for a Schedule III opioid prescription today, then you're able to do MAT with buprenorphine. You're allowed. And that really, I think on the last page, I gave a prescriptive authority chart. And that's on our website too. And that's just kind of a reference to be able to say, with each different type of license, can you or can you not write a Schedule III prescription?
I was just gonna make the comment on something you just said. So you said it before I could ask it. I was gonna say maybe we should note that this is on our board website. So you beat me to it.
Thank you. I also include a little information from SAMHSA, which really encourages all prescribers to look into considering being an MAT provider with buprenorphine. That's all I had for updates. Is there any question?
Doug, I had one question. The same limits would apply. So a doctor of podiatry, even though they can write Schedule IIIs, they're excluded because they can only treat diseases of the feet and extremities, right?
I think that's why I put the
The notes in there.
I put the authority chart because, and that's why I highlight the last bullet. The act does not impact existing state laws, and existing state laws that I can see from the prescriptive authority chart really guides us. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Scavarla.
Thank you.
Okay, tab 39, discussion of items to be placed on future meeting agenda. Yes.
I know we've discussed this a little in the past, but I'd like to bring up the discussion again to allow for CE for public members to come to our board meetings, whether it just be state recognized or ACPE recognized.
Are you waiting for me to
I mean,
So-
it's my suggestion, so I'm
Okay.
hoping that we can discuss it on our future agenda.
Ms. Keonavong, do you make note of that for our next meeting, please?
Noted.
Thank you. I find that interesting as well. Any other items? Okay, we will go to, just real quick, anything to go back to, Ms. Keonavong?
Nope, you've covered all of it.
Okay, thank you. Tab 40, call to the public.
There is about a 30-second delay.
Ms. Keonavong, I'll just wait for your clear.
Doesn't look like we have anyone.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for a great meeting. We wrapped it up a little bit early so everybody can get some hours of work back in their day. Appreciate everybody and the hard work, board staff and your preparation, compliance officers, and support for your preparation and your reports as well. This meeting is adjourned.